In real
Oh,
life.
Bukkake.
Hey, everybody.
hi, everyone. Good evening. Welcome to another episode of
How you
D&D, brought to you by Battle Cry or Die. I don't even know if I want to say the name on stream right now. No, I'm kidding. Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of D&D, brought to you by Battle Cry or Die. Super excited. We're going to jump back into it again. So we still have not returned to the previous campaign with our original characters and everything. So we're still playing the Guild of Acquisitions and Tactical Support. So that's the little stream that we're going through right now. So
that's G.O.A.T.S.
So in the in the land of Faerun, as many events have begun to unfold, our group made their way from the east to this small city, almost closer to the size of a town, where a halfling who is king has made his place. And in this kingdom, there is a mine shaft from which most of the city's wealth has come from. And our party, each and all members of the Guild of Acquisitions and Tactical Support, have made their way to this city utilizing their airship. After finding out that a group of individuals hired were manipulating the king, they then diverted their attention, where before they were there to dispatch of a dragon, instead their attention was diverted to this other group. After handling business in a fun battle in which explosions were made, people were shot, stabbings happened, slashings, and even some alteration of gravitational pull for a moment there, our party was successful in ridding the king and his castle, which is more like a sizable mansion than it is a castle. Rid the king of these manipulators and has liberated the kingdom from its manipulation. And so now our party, after having requested a meeting with the entire town, so they've requested a town gathering, the king has dispatched a couple of people to gather all of the town denizens so as to have a meeting. While lying in wait for that to take place, our party made their way down into a mine shaft. After going down the mine shaft for a ways, they came to an opening where they discovered some workers who were still mining. In the midst of this mining or whatever, some special minerals were come across, and information has begun to be gathered. The mighty giant Kilgore has taken it upon himself to aid some of the miners in collecting some of this particular mineral, this resource, so as to pay for some of the mineral that Victor has received, as well as potentially some more. So there were a series of rolls that had been done last time. So we're going to have a couple more rolls. And I know, so Victor, you were going through the various carts, and you had already found some of the resources in those carts. And let's see. I can't remember, which is a great start. Haha. So, Apora, I don't remember exactly what your intent was. I know you're flying. You were flying up at the top. You had flown down to the base after spotting a gold vein in the roof of the mine shaft. Herrick has decided to continue on to and into another path on the opposite side of the mine shaft. Which basically, the shaft that you guys are in, just for those who are watching who didn't see last week, is sort of like a dome shape. It's 50 foot high, 25 foot down from the ledge of the entrance from which our party entered into this cavern, and 25 foot up from that landing as well. So they are in the lower 25 feet portion down at the base now. Kane, I know that Herrick had come to you and mentioned to you the existence of the other shaft on the other side of the cavern. But I don't know that you mentioned that you were going to take any particular actions towards investigating or anything like that. So Apora and Kane, what are you guys? What is your intent? Whilst the excitement of Kilgore tearing through the side of this this massive boulder's jutting out in the middle of the cavern.
Gonna see how strong he's gotten, and then move on quickly. Because in his mind, Kane was like getting bored with the feud with the leader.
Okay.
All right. Apora's gonna try to fly down and see which of the workers look like they might have been there the longest. Probably the most grizzled miner.
Okay.
And he's gonna cast detect thoughts on him.
Okay.
All right, and he's gonna ask him, "Hey, can I ask you a question? I might have some valuable information for you. May get you a little bit of a pay raise."
And he says, "Sure, go ahead."
So is there like another exit, probably closer to the other village?
So you hear his thoughts, which I will type to you.
Okay.
He says out loud to you, he doesn't know of one.
Well, that's a shame. But yeah, so to help you out, I found a gold vein over there. You might be able to tell your boss. You might get a few little more coins.
And he looks and he says, "Oh, that's great." He says, "Where's that gold vein?"
I pointed out to him.
Okay. Kilgore, if you want to make a couple of, so do another performance roll,
Okay.
and then if you want to make a couple more, you don't necessarily have to make an attack roll, but if you want to make a couple more damage rolls, because you've already
Okay.
hit the exact spot pointed out, and now it's just a matter of like digging in and around that spot. So if you just want to make some damage rolls.
Okay. So another performance.
Yes, sir.
And okay.
Now, Victor, after you're having dug out that one chunk of gold from
Point of
the
luck.
okay. For those of you who don't know, he rolled a 1
Oh yeah.
on the
That
first roll.
was our first roll of the night. Was a 1.
That
Not looking
bodes
good.
well.
Okay, so a 14, and you said a couple of more damage rolls.
Yes, sir. Uh-huh.
So I'm gonna like spin the pick, like catch it and just come down,
Okay.
strike in the same spot again. Just kind of do like a spin behind the back, twirl and strike.
Nice. Go for it.
So die 8 plus strength.
Okay.
So
Um,
1, 2. So each of those are
That's
have
your
a
strength.
5 added to it.
Okay. Very good. Now, Victor, after having found, so you found the one hunk of gold, essentially, that looks as if it's fairly untainted, right? Not necessarily untainted, but like it is some of the more pure of the gold vein that was chiseled and stored in these mine carts. And then you had asked about the other mineral, which is piled in the center of the room next to where Kilgore is now tearing at this massive boulder. What actions would you like to take? You're muted.
Yeah, I think I left off saying that I was going to turn into the king, but I
Right,
feel
you
like
turned into the king.
okay, so
Uh-huh.
disguise self only lets me turn into a creature that's a foot shorter than me or a foot taller than me.
Oh yeah, then he should be
Was
good.
the halfling should be. How tall was he? Because I'm 6 foot. He's like
Yeah, so that's going to be pretty hard pressed to.
Okay, yeah. Then I don't do that then. I'll just turn
Okay.
invisible.
Okay.
I'm gonna have my echo stay right there. Where is? Let's see.
I can drop you a token. Oh yeah, that was your echo token was right here, right? Is that what you? Oh no, that was what Kane was using. Let me drop you. Let me see if I can find you an echo token real quick. I think I did this last time. I don't think I returned any great results. There you go.
Oh, okay, sure.
I'm going to give you control. Okay, so you should have control of that now.
Do not. Oddly enough.
Oh, hang on a second. Did I not save it? Oh, I didn't save it. Hang on a second. Yeah.
Okay, now I do. All right.
Okay.
So I'll just leave that. Cool. And
So your
then,
echo is still visible, but you're invisible now.
yeah.
Okay.
So I'm gonna, as everyone's attention is looking at Kilgore,
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna mosey on over here, and pretty much as he's striking the main rock,
Okay.
I'm gonna try to time a couple of swipes of
Okay.
raw material, like from the top, not from the bottom. I don't want the whole pile to fall over.
Okay.
So,
all right. So I'll get you to do a thing for me. First, make a stealth check, a sleight of hand check specifically. So make a sleight of hand, and then next I need you to do 2 D100 rolls.
Okay. Wow, 19 on the sleight of hand.
Okay.
And is it D100?
Yes. So essentially percentile.
Wow, that was a 1. If I had channel or divine intervention, I would have got that.
Okay. So it was a 1 and then a 49 on the second roll. So, wow, holy crap. Of course, obviously, well, yeah, I guess you would actually, because they have zeros on them. Never mind. Okay. So, Kilgore, you're over here, and you're fancifully swinging this pickaxe and just tearing away at the rock. And a lot of the guys that are standing around you. So essentially, the foreman is asleep now. He's in his chair. He's sleeping.
Lazy bastard.
There's one or two guys that are still sat at the table who seem fairly uninterested, but everyone else is up, and most everybody else that is up watching you are cheering. And they're cheering kind of in like this rhythmic, like hey, 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 you know. A couple of them might even be clapping or whatever, you know, and a couple of them are like, you know, punching the air, like yeah, 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 you know. And so they're all cheering you on now at this point, and quite enjoying the show as well as being in awe and impressed by your skillfulness with the pickaxe. And so, as you're digging this out, you manage to take off quite a bit more, quite a few more chunks. So Victor, you pick up. How many swipes are you trying to make?
Well, how many attacks did Kilgore do? Was it 2?
He's done a few.
4
So
altogether,
Oh, 4.
yeah,
Okay. Well,
right?
I was gonna, like I said, I was
yeah.
trying to time it with his strikes. So,
So you're gonna try and take.
I guess how much did I get on that first swipe? Because I'm not really trying to go too crazy, but if I got like a pound or so of it, that would be fine.
Well, so what I'll say is you can get one piece per swipe.
How much is a pound? Like how much weight piece have?
They're varying. They're varying in weight. To take, so if you want to take a large piece, it's going to take a little bit more. It'd be another sleight of hand, but with disadvantage.
Ooh, disadvantage.
So if you're trying to take like a piece that's, you know, small enough for you to fit in your hand, where you can just like slide it on your hand and grab it, you know, that's not going to take. That's just a basic, you know, sleight of hand, whatever. But if you're trying to get like a big piece, that's like a, you know, a decent sized chunk.
I'm pretty much just like taking my bag of holding, which should be invisible as well, and just kind of like, you know, sliding it in, so it shouldn't be like it's like falling in the bag of holding. So I'm trying to make it look.
So you're like literally scraping it off the top into the bag.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be like I was like actually like taking it and like holding it and then like
dropping it in.
So like taking this thing, which I'm assuming is making a lot of noise and drawing a lot of attention, and I'm just kind of, you know, like trying to get some. I'm not trying to like take the whole pile, obviously, but
okay. Okay, so you managed to get 5 pieces of varying sizes with your first swipe. Also, with your swipe, the pile falls over.
Of course.
So it begins to roll, like the rocks begin to like roll down off their sides where they were like kind of neatly stacked or whatever. You like swipe off the top, and as soon as you do that, they kind of down into the floor or whatever. So I'm gonna make 2 rolls here.
Wow.
No one seems to take note of the pile of rocks sliding into the floor.
I make my way over to Kane.
Okay.
While the distraction's going on.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
On the ground. Can I just pick the ones off the ground up?
Yeah, sure. Make another sleight of hand check for me.
Oh, jeez. Okay. This is where I fuck up.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
He called it.
Like it's on the ground. It's like come on.
I mean, that's a nat 1.
Advantage on that. Just a little bit, tiny bit. You know, there's a distraction happening. You know, you said it yourself, DM. There's a distraction. I'm already invisible. They're not looking in my direction.
I tell you what, I'm gonna make another roll.
Oh, jeez.
And we'll see.
I was gonna say, would that give
Dang.
I don't know if that's good or not. I just see high numbers.
Yes, Sapora.
I think Hyrick might have been onto something. Herrick might have been onto something.
You think so? Maybe we should go with him. Will you be coming along, or will you be staying with this feud of banterers?
I kind of give a signal to Victor and to Kilgore, kind of like, kind of nodding in the direction.
Okay. So everybody make a perception check real quick.
Okay. For me, would that just be my
5.
passive since I'm heavily engaged?
Yeah, we can go with that.
Okay, that's a 15.
Okay.
Passive.
19.
11.
Okay. So Kane, you notice it. Apora, you don't, but Victor, you're standing there, so you kind of get this sense or whatever. From one of the tables, one of the two men that's still sitting stands up and yells out, "Hey, what is that?" And but the way that he yells it, his speech is ever so slightly slurred. And he begins to move in the direction of the center of the cavern, but immediately face plants. And he kind of rolls over onto his side, and then just vomits into the floor.
Huh. Well.
Okay.
Have I basically completed my task at this point?
Yes,
DM?
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
So I thrust the pickaxe up in there and go, drink more!
And everybody's like, ah! So Victor, you do manage to get that into your bag seemingly without anybody else noticing. Okay.
And I'll gather the bits of ore up and take them over to the foreman.
Okay.
Just is there a table in front of him? Or is he just sitting in a chair with nothing in front of him?
So the chair that the floor of the cavern is a bit uneven, right? So it's got a few places that are like maybe dipped down a little bit, and then kind of there are some places where they like rise up. It's almost like a very 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 small scaled rolling hills type deal. So he is sitting in a chair at the top of one of these little mounds. So it's almost positioned as if he can look over the rest of the floor of the cavern.
Okay.
So he's sitting in the chair in the top of the mound or whatever. It's not over where the table is, but it's like north of that. So
Okay.
where he's sitting is like in this area here.
Okay, so I'll walk to this. So there's not like a table in front of him. So I'll walk to
Right.
this table here
Okay.
and drop all the ore there. Fairly, like from my full height. So just.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I do believe this is enough to fulfill my obligation and win our little wager. And kind of as loud as I can say, "Right, foreman," in his direction to wake him up.
And so that kind of echoes all through the cavern, right? And so he kind of shakes awake and he comes waddling over and he's like, yeah, I think that'll do it.
That was 4 strikes.
He's like, well, how's you feel about hiring on a regular basis?
I make more money doing my trade than facilitating your laziness.
He's like, he kind of gives a little harumph and then he says, well, if you ever change your mind, you're welcome to join us down here in the mine.
Not likely. And I walk away back over to Apora and Kane. And I quietly ask him, were you able to ask the questions you needed? Do we need more information?
I think I got what I needed to know. So,
Our survey is completed.
Any word on possibly movements of through these tunnels, or?
Yeah, that guy I was just talking to, the one that's old and grizzled over there,
Yes.
he was saying they heard some rumblings from the rear shaft.
That
So I
could be
figured-
taken many ways, but okay, we will go.
Yeah. You're a funny man, Kilgore. I like you.
So I'll turn back to all the men at their tables, taking the break. You dig well, men. Do not let this lazy foreman keep you down. Know that you are better than the leadership that stands before you. Oh! And I go,
They all. "Ah!"
I do like a
And-
little mocking one with my wing.
Okay. So they all kind of sitting for a second or whatever, and then the foreman calls, does some kind of whistling or something, and then everybody then kind of slowly begins to pack up whatever snack or draft that they had or whatever, and begin to make their way back over to where they were digging prior to previously. Victor, did you want to? I give you the opportunity, if you'd like, to pick up one more piece in and amongst the interactions of Kilgore and that final little bit when he's dropping all of the ore onto the table and then kind of yelling out to everybody while he still holds their attention, should you desire it.
If I had to estimate, how much would I have in terms of weight? Like,
So right now you feel like you've probably got about 7 pounds of raw material.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. Okay, very good.
I was like, seeing my rolls tonight, I think I'm good.
It's not great.
You don't want to put it on there, little buddy?
you go over another 7 pounds? One.
You just don't want to pick up
I'm
one.
just gonna throw the whole pile in my bag and just hope nobody notices.
All right, cool. So they all kind of go back to work or whatever. The foreman, he kind of makes his way back over to his chair. He pulls out his abacus again and begins to, begins to kind of maneuver his abacus around, kind of manipulating his abacus, whatever, and then making some notes on his parchment that he has. He has this like roll of parchment he pulls out or whatever, and kind of
Where is he
makes
at?
notes on it, whatever. So he has made his way back over to his chair.
Which is where in the room?
It's over here north. It's just up against this other little ledge, the other incline, the ledge of the incline right there.
I'm gonna try to get behind him and look over his shoulder to see what's actually on that piece of paper.
Oh, wait, are you still invisible?
Oh
Or
yeah,
were you standing? Oh, okay.
yeah.
I thought
Okay.
I was about to talk to you. I didn't realize you were still
No,
invisible.
no, no. I was just over by the group so I could hear the conversation.
Okay.
But I don't know if
Okay.
you guys knew I was there because I didn't say anything.
I actually did want to holler at the foreman again. And,
Sure.
hey, when can I expect my payment that we discussed?
And he says he yells back to you that or says back to you that whenever they get this pile refined, he'll be able to pass along to you what you want.
And I'll pass to him the basic details. If we're not still here, send it to this location in our home city.
Okay.
Right?
Very good.
To the guild house, care of my name, so on and so forth. Cool.
Sure.
Cool.
Okay, so he accepts it. So, Victor, as you're making your way over there, whatever, it's not hard to mask your walking in and among the sounds of the pickaxe clatter against the various mineral and stone walls or whatever. So you make your way over to where he's seated, kind of working through his abacus or whatever, and you note that there are varying on the piece of parchment that he's inscribing on onto, there are varying numbers of weight, essentially, and the amount of time that has passed in retrieving that weight, or gaining that weight. And what he's adding to the parchment now is the estimated weight of what Kilgore has taken down off of the boulder. So it's kind of like categorized, right? It's just like, which mineral, and then there's a column for the weight, and then there's the amount of time, and then the labor force that it took to do so. So as he's kind of like inscribing all of this or whatever, writing across, one of the things that you note is where when he's writing down what Kilgore has collected, when it gets to the section of the labor cost, quote unquote, like how many people it took to provide this much in this amount of time, he writes the number 5 as opposed to just 1.
I'm gonna whisper just above him.
Okay.
One shouldn't tell lies, and then I'm gonna immediately move away from him.
Okay. So he jumps with a start, and he kind of stands up and then turns to face his chair, and he's like looking all around or whatever. And when he doesn't see anything, you see he begins to kind of reach out like around his chair. So he like reaches and he kind of like waves his hand over the back of his chair and then like around the sides or whatever. And he's like looking around and like with some skepticism in his eyes. He's kind of got the squinty eyes thing going on or whatever. And then he eventually sits back down.
This is pretty fucked up if I do this. His chair has like a high back to it. You said it's like a king's
Yes.
chair. Could I just put just a little bit of weight on the back of it so it tips backwards?
So
I'm standing to the side, and I just as he's looking around, trying to waving around.
So you can, but it's not going to tip backwards entirely because it's
Gotcha.
kind of like it's pretty close to that ledge there where the incline kind of goes around or whatever. So
Gotcha.
So you can, but it's only going to tip him back a little bit. It's not going to make him fall over.
All right, never mind then.
Okay.
I'll work my way over to the group.
Okay. So for the rest of you, Kane and Apora, especially you guys had just had that interaction or whatever about Herrick. And then Kilgore, you have, dropped your rocks, whatever, said your piece to the workers inside, kind of, your words of encouragement there, which a lot of them seem kind of appreciative or whatever. And you notice actually one or two of the guys kind of look at you with a certain level of respect now, as if they admire you. So.
And any of them that I see, I kind of do a little nod to them, and I look back to the guys and I go, "So, we're heading back to the town now, right? Making our decision of where to go from there."
I'm not 100% sure if there is an exit. They just said that they heard rumbling in the other shaft in the rear.
Understood.
Well, maybe we should go back to the town just to see what we hear from the questions that were being asked.
Yes.
And then afterward,
DM, how long
we
have we
can
been
take
here?
the dragon and end this.
So I'd imagine that you guys have been in this situation or whatever for about an hour, maybe an hour and a half at this point.
Okay.
All right, I go over to where I believe Victor is, and I go in to tell him what's going on.
Okay. So where do you believe Victor is?
Jesus.
Okay.
Yeah. I would follow you over there because we're done and kind of staying together.
Okay.
And kind of stand over here.
So got into one of their heads, right? And they said there was some kind of rumbling in the rear shaft.
You really like saying that, don't you?
That's never gonna get old.
He does. It's very makes me giggle. It's like this one time my neighbor in the other village up north had gotten his foot stuck in the in the in the
Victor
in the
walking away
bowl.
as he's telling that
And
story.
he
knows-
kept
We
he
don't
kept
know.
saying
we think
how
you're
he
just
was
standing there.
ankle deep in pot, and I didn't understand the reference for a long time. It's quite funny.
Echo's just gonna follow me.
Okay.
We're going back to town. Why are you going that way?
Are you talking to me or the echo?
I'm talking to the echo because I don't see you,
Echo
right?
can't
Because you're
hear
still
shit.
invisible.
The echo can't hear anything.
Oh no.
I saw Herrick
So
go.
I'll just holler, like,
Is Herrick
"Why
up
aren't you coming toward wrong way, Victor? Come back!"
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure. Is Herrick still up here, or did he come back into the room?
So it seems as if Herrick has wandered on. He has continued forward. So as you're kind of looking into the shaft, right, there aren't any wall sconces in this particular portion of the shaft. So it begins to get quite dark. As you make your way through the entrance or whatever and around the corner, as you're looking down or whatever, this corridor kind of that's formulated, it begins to ascend ever so slightly, but then it declines again. So there's like a slight incline or whatever, and you're looking through, and then it begins to decline again. And as you're looking back or whatever, it becomes very difficult to see.
Is it just regular darkness?
Yes, it is regular darkness. So.
Okay, I should be able to see at least because I have dark vision. So would I be able to see at least a certain distance down the shaft, or
Sure, yeah, like 60 feet or so, I think is what dark vision allows for.
something like that?
Okay. Hey guys, give me just a second, okay?
All right.
I'll be right back.
Cool.
Give me 1 second. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Got
was
some
like,
comments from Shadow Wolf. He says, "How unlucky do you have to be to get a 1 on a D100?"
I know. I mean, in some cases that's extremely
Really
lucky. It's all about perspective.
That's a 1 in 100.
That's horrible.
I mean,
It's
if you
like-
want to get your, divine intervention, that's a great roll.
Also, he was commenting while Kilgore was making the hits on the mine and stuff. He goes, "Hey, you hear that? It must be the big guy making a mess when you were trying to scoop off the top."
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
And then when you wandered back over there, he was saying, "Gonna do some sketchy stuff, dude. Hope I get away with it, or hope I get away with it."
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yep. I was just the main reason I came up here is because I remember Mav's character went up this way, but I was like, did he ever come back down, or did he tell us what was up there? Because I don't remember him actually coming back into the room.
Did
So I was like,
did all of us see him go up there, or did he sneak up there? I'm trying to remember.
I
think
don't
it's not.
I don't know.
Because
I
I'm
just-
kind of Kilgore's kind of acting like he didn't see him go up there.
Well, Kane definitely saw him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I was kind of preoccupied anyway, so if he was sneaking and all, I probably wouldn't have noticed him. But was it Shadow before at the very beginning? Shadow said that Kilgore, the Russian-sounding giant, went Kool-Aid Man.
Oh yeah.
How did I go Kool-Aid Man? On the rock?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean? Okay, yeah.
He was like, "Oh yeah."
Yeah, I tried to do like a very rough Russian accent, like not strictly trying to be perfect, just Russian-ish. I don't know how well it comes off. So
Well, the Russians are very offended by it, and they'll be seeing you
there
later.
you go. Yeah, I'm sure they know where I live.
I guess if you were to be offended
They can hack Facebook. It'll be
True.
horrible.
I'm not. I'm just kidding.
We will come visit you, friend. Teach you
It's
how to
okay.
properly Speak.
I
No, we're
do
talking
not
about
have
it,
the
right?
adequate amount of vodka to get a correct Russian accent. So
Shadow asks, is Kane lightning resistance since he wields it?
that's well, you augment it into that. But do you have lightning resistance?
That is to be seen.
Oh, okay, I do. When I'm raging, I'm
Yeah, you have
like
every
resistant
resistance.
to everything but psychic. So yeah.
Oh, mind flayers. Ah, shit.
All right. Well, no. Do we want to talk about our new venture on stream?
Oh, yeah, we can.
Well, you've already streamed some on
Yeah.
BCOD.
It went good
Have you
last night, but today it didn't go so well.
Yeah, today we've been playing Scum, uh, and today we went to log on,
Yeah.
and the server we had been playing on it had would you call it technical difficulties, or maybe they just wiped one or the other?
Yeah, they probably ran into the issue of not paying for their server.
Yeah, something like that. So we have now got our own Battle Cry or Die
server
Scum server. So
for a whole quarter.
yeah. So
Shadow says because he could turn himself into a human taser when the fight against the dragon happens.
true. Human taser. Yeah. The dragon would be resistant to lightning damage, but
I think immune, right?
Could be a
or is it
lightning
immune?
rod.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah, he could if he could.
He could be tank.
I mean, all
He's
those-
very, very tanky.
except for when the
Just
dragon.
not in the health kind of way,
Yeah.
but
The resistances.
Dragon just bite you at that point. But
Yeah.
could he?
well, I
He
mean,
might have a hard time.
oh,
You wouldn't
okay.
believe what my AC is.
I mean, I will if you tell me.
You'll just have to see.
It's
Yes.
higher than lower than 18.
He's like, does the 25 hit? Miss.
Not even fucking close. Like,
Yeah, I was about to say if your AC is a what is it in 5th edition? If it's above 20, like 20 or 22, something like that, that you are like holy crap,
yeah,
high
most shit's
AC.
not gonna hit you.
Well, you guys
Yeah.
are gonna find out whenever you go into battle and things start trying to actually hit me in melee. Because basically, the reason he wasn't really that low on health from the last fight, but that was mainly because he just kept failing deck saves for their spells.
Mm-hmm.
But he's like basically this character, mechanically speaking, is built for like a whole bunch of high bursty damage, but he also can hold himself off in melee combat. He's just not a melee specialist, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But compared to like a
Like
fifth level character or
you're a
something,
combat. You're like a warcaster.
It's a tactical nuke.
yeah,
You're like a
Yeah.
priest
I mean,
in full plate
I
armor.
still wouldn't
Yeah.
hit a
I
tactical
won't be sitting
nuke
there
with a
pulling out
hammer.
39 points of damage in melee or anything, but I mean I can pull out 80 something points of damage with the lightning spells and stuff just in one round.
Now, can you
It's like
can you repeat that how many times?
twice.
Twice.
Nice.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it's a
The-
huge
well, the
burst of
maximized
damage.
yeah.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's a chance for damage that high because I
Yeah.
have more spell slots for that. But I mean, really and truly, it's the whole like channel divinity, like maximize any lightning or thunder damage type thing. It's like ridiculous.
Yep. Cool. I'm gonna hit the restroom while we're taking a short break here.
And David comes back.
Ah, dang it!
No.
I said I'm peeing in a bottle. Damn it!
Oh my
God and anime on his side, they are. So Shadow. I have the power of God and anime.
So where did Mav say he was at tonight? He's doing something.
His wife is actually sick. So
Oh, he's taking care of her. Oh, I need to ask David about that weather. because I bought him that weather thing for Roll20. So he could make it like foggy in here or something if he really wanted to. Or you can even do dust, I think.
Dude, I would love to make some maps for him.
Yeah, that would be. I would have so much fun doing that. I forgot what the website was called, but there's one where you can you could really go deep.
Sorry, guys.
No, you're
Didn't
good.
mean to.
We're reading off Shadow Wolf's comments.
Oh, cool. Hi, Shadow Wolf. Welcome to the game. Sorry, just some family having surgery.
You had to go perform surgery.
Yeah. No, not at all. Bro, that would be so rough.
Tonight.
That was like the quickest pee ever.
The bathroom is like next door.
Shadow Wolf said, "What up? What? Sorry, I'm sorry. Sup, dude?"
Shadow Wolf. Pretty cool name. Okay.
Right.
All right. So Victor, you're looking down this corridor. We're still live, right? Like we're still live.
Oh yeah, you're good.
Okay, cool. So Victor, you're looking down this corridor or whatever, and it's just like you can see for a good bit or whatever, but then it just becomes pitch black after a while.
Okay. Do I see Herrick at all?
Not at all.
Oh, goody.
I take
all right.
flight and I start heading up there.
I'm gonna just move on down this path carefully. Checking to see if I see him.
DM is wait, before before Victor got out of sight, I would have picked up a little pebble and like thrown it at him because he's not responding to me.
At the echo?
Well, that's you, as far as I know.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah. So,
So before he would have gotten like too far away,
make an attack roll.
Okay. Would it be without proficiency bonus? So let me just roll a die 20. Because he ain't responding.
Right. So Victor, you do hear Kilgore.
That's a 21.
It's a 21.
Yeah, but it's just a pebble. Like I'm not like I would have gotten the smallest rock. I'm not trying to hurt you. He's like, what the hell?
DM, does that do damage?
It's a good question.
I don't know. I'm not trying to do damage. I'm trying to get
Shadow says Echo about to die to a pebble damage.
How is it possible?
I was gonna say roll a D2, like roll a D4 and half it, and we'll see.
Okay, D4 and half
one
it.
Damage.
Yeah.
Do I get to add my strength modifier to a throne roll?
Okay, if it does damage, it's gone. That's all. It's no reason to roll. So I'm saying it's 1 HP.
A porridge just looks like.
And I'm like, wait, does he pop? Does it pop?
Just turns into feathers and fades away.
I'm like, oh no, wait, no.
Victor, no!
Victor is way tougher than that.
No, we
I kind of look over at Kane. I'm like, do I need to roll an intelligence check on this DM?
You guys have seen my echo.
Yeah, we've seen it.
Yeah, so being a part of the guild or whatever, this is definitely something that you would know about or whatever. Him having done this or whatever.
Can I play it off with a performance?
Sure, yeah. Yeah, no performance, yeah.
16. Oh my God, I killed Victor. I didn't know it was that strong. Oh, yeah, you did.
Okay.
So Victor, you do hear Kilgore's voice.
Do I see Herrick at this point? No.
So what you see is towards the end of what you can see at the end of this this portion of corridor or whatever, it actually bends to the left. So it corners to the left. You can't see around the corner. So between you and the corner, you don't see Herrick.
I'm flying right behind Victor.
Okay.
Okay.
Or, well, I get to where the echo was, and then I look for Victor.
Okay. Now you make a perception check.
18.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Whoops. Kane, what about you? Are you still just like kind of hanging out in the cavern there?
Perception?
I'm going towards where Herrick said that he was going, so as to stay
Okay.
together and move on as
Sure
well.
All right, so both of you guys got an 18, whatever. So
Yep.
as you kind of move away from the echoes of the cavern or whatever, make your way around the bend in this little corridor. Um, it's kind of hard to make out or whatever, but you do see some dust kind of poofing up and around in the air in small patterns, as if footsteps are making their way down the corridor or whatever.
Gotcha.
So it's very minute, very hard to see, very hard to judge like distance and such, but it is there.
Yep.
So it's definitely something you guys can tell.
Are we familiar enough with Victor, being that I know I just popped his echo, that
Right.
he's probably invisible?
Yes, absolutely.
How high is the ceiling in here, DM?
So the ceiling in this portion or whatever is a little bit lower than the portion of ceiling that you guys came in on at the bottom of the shaft at the south end of this. So this ceiling is between 7 and 10 feet.
Okay, I summon the echo, but it's walking on the ceiling.
DM, my lantern's still lit, so as soon as I get around this
Oh
corner,
yeah.
Oh yeah,
foop,
yeah.
Victor, you shouldn't be sneaking off by yourself. Remember when
Does it also put
the
off
guild
light?
party never splits. That is how we end up getting one person killed.
Are you asking me if the echo puts off light or the
The lantern.
Oh yeah,
It does
yep,
put off light, right? Okay.
yep.
Because I can't see.
Yes, it puts off light. Yes, it does.
So as soon as Kilgore makes his way around that corner or whatever, um, Victor comes into sight. The walls are illuminated. The walls in this portion are a little more jagged. They're a little rougher. They don't seem to be freshly hewn. They seem to. It's as if they've been there for a while. But this portion of cavern is not well traveled. So the ground is not. There are no indications on the ground in this area of being well traveled. Right. So none of the stone or dirt or whatever that covers the ground, none of it is worn. Um, so it's still a pretty rough go. As you guys continue, it begins to get a bit musky. So there is certainly not the airflow here that there was. There is certainly not. This is much more stagnant air. The dust kind of when dust kind of floats up into the air, it kind of hangs there, um, and there's no. As you guys continue to go on or whatever, it begins to get a bit more damp. Go ahead, Kilgore.
Could I do a survival check and see if that would tell me anything about the underground?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. That's oh, it was a 20 and it rolled back. It's a 19 total.
um. Okay. Yeah. So as you're looking through or whatever, this definitely, this cavern or this corridor is definitely bored out. Somebody definitely dug it out or whatever. It almost feels like it's been there for decades. Like this is something that was bored out a long time ago. Perhaps it could have even been bored out and connected to the original shaft that you guys came down in. And then it could be that the cavern was dug out in the middle of what was just a corridor before. Though what you've noted is that there aren't any like minecart rails or anything in this portion. And so if the corridor was dug out before, which you make the assumption that it had been, the minecart had not yet been added.
Would the like stagnant air tell me anything about there being an opening nearby, or
Yeah, so what you feel like is that if there is another opening, it is likely that it is far from here.
Okay.
And that it is possible or likely that there's a larger system of either caves or, there's a good distance between you and any other possible opening.
Say, Victor, where are you going? We need to head back to town before we move forward.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, Herrick headed this way, and I would
Oh,
hate to just leave him
I
down
didn't
here. I
see
mean,
him
I
go
know
this way.
I know he enjoys being alone in the darkness or whatever, but I don't think we should leave him here. I haven't seen him yet, though. Do I see any footsteps or anything that he would have left DM?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
There are
So
definitely Herrick footsteps.
did he go deeper into the tunnel? Like, do we all see him if we look?
Yes. Yeah, it definitely seems like he's gone deeper into the tunnel.
Well,
Okay.
we can't exactly. Just like I said, don't wander off.
Well,
I'm
I
going that
figured he
down.
was just around the corner. I didn't think he'd go all the way down this deep, dark tunnel. I don't know if you can even see in here.
We should get Kane's attention and make sure he comes along.
I thought he was coming out of character. I thought
Yeah,
he
he
thought.
said he said he was
Okay,
coming earlier.
yeah, your token is just down. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you
Uh,
were way down there. So I figured I didn't see you with us. Okay. Well, let's go find Kirk and go from there.
I mean, I would yell for him, but I don't want to wake anything up down here.
Yeah, true. So Kilgore's gonna pull his greatsword out
Okay.
and go ahead and light it aflame. Well, is it a burst or no? We out of character. We can light our weapons like that, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just like in 3.5. Okay. So
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
so
Bow's out as well.
Okay.
do you
Yeah,
are
sure.
leading Victor,
I
checking
mean,
for traps, all that good stuff.
well, I mean, when I was invisible, I felt like I was. Your lantern here is
I can put it out if you'd prefer, but we won't see any invisible enemies
exa-
coming
ex-
at us.
exactly.
I
So
can't see in
you
the
pick.
dark.
You pick.
Poor. I don't know if Kane can see in the dark. I mean, you can lead if you have the
I
lantern.
hold the sword up. This should illuminate out for a little ways. Yes.
I could pull out a torch in my other hand.
Okay.
Okay.
So you want the lantern out then, Victor?
It's fine. How far is the range on that? Is it like
30 feet from my position.
okay? I'll say 30 feet ahead of you,
Yeah, that seems
just
about
in
right.
case something happens.
Very well.
And then if I see something, I'll shout back and let you guys know.
Understood.
But I'll be keeping an eye out. I'm looking for Herrick's footsteps, just seeing where they went.
Okay.
Is it just a
So
straight
no, so it curves around to the left, and as you make your way around to the left, it curves around even sharper still. So it's almost like it's snaking.
path?
So it begins to incline again and make its way upward. As you kind of travel along that way though, so you guys probably walk for another 100 yards into this corridor. As you're walking along, the corridor gets a little tighter and a little shorter. So it goes from like 9 feet to, it probably drops down to like 6.5 feet.
Oh, so I'm hunched over.
Yeah, so it gets really tight. And then you guys reach a point which by the way, you guys see coming up this opening, right? So the corridor travels to this opening or whatever, where the ceiling is lowest. But about 50 feet from before the opening, Herrick's footprints just stop. Now, you guys know that Herrick has the capacity to change into an assortment of animals. So when you see the footprints stop, you make the assumption that it is likely that he has changed into something else. So you guys can go ahead and make a perception check.
Okay.
So as you approach this opening, right?
11.
Okay.
Ooh, 9.
15.
Okay. So as you guys approach the opening, right? It's about 6 foot, just a little over 6 foot at the opening itself. The ceiling at the opening doesn't get any higher, but it opens out left and right, and it opens out into this massively wide. It almost seems like the plateau inside of a cave. Um, the ceiling hangs very low. There are portions of the ceiling that rise up a little bit or whatever. So it's like an uneven ceiling, but it's also an uneven floor. And it opens out pretty much in every direction, left, right, and anything in between. So 180-degree field of view. You guys can see there are various stalagmites and stalactites that are spotted throughout this portion of the cave or whatever. And as you're looking through, your flame kind of your flames kind of glisten about, and you guys see some of the various stalactites or stalagmites are still dripping. So there is some moisture coming from the top of the cave. Um, so it stays like that. So the space varies anywhere from 5.5 to 7 feet in various portions or whatever. And as you guys are looking around, looking through, it extends out beyond the vision of, or beyond the light of your torches and everything, beyond the light of your sword, beyond the light of, and it extends every direction in a 100-degree arc or 180-degree arc from where you guys are, in that manner.
Hmm. That's pretty cool.
Okay. Do we hear anything? See any movement or anything?
Okay, so Victor, with a 15, you hear the uh, squeaking of a mouse nearby. As far as any other sounds or whatever, there are a couple of sounds. Um, there are a couple of sounds that you hear of like dripping, um, and a couple of you guys hear this. You hear the dripping going on or whatever. That's indicative of being inside of a cave that has some sort of moisture available. Um, so there are a couple of other noises that a couple of you guys pick up on that are noises of it's something that's hard to specify, right? It's like hard to pinpoint what exactly the sounds are. They could be like clacks or clatters, or but it's almost as if the sound has echoed so far through the cave that it's hard to tell. Um, that it's hard to tell, hard to identify what the echo is of specifically. Now, Apora, do you have keen senses?
No.
Oh, okay, okay. I wasn't sure if that was an Irakakra thing or not. Okay. So, but you guys stand there for a little while. Um, who approaches this portion of cave first?
I assume it would be me if I
Okay.
was
Yeah.
front. Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause
All
I
right.
would have been I would have been sure to keep. Uh, I assume you would have let me know how far from you your echo was walking, and I'd make sure I'd keep a total at least 30 feet distance between me and Victor, so we would have been a ways
Actually,
back.
I'll just keep the echo next to you. That way, at that point, it's like it can only have it 30 feet away from me. So
Oh, okay, so I stay right
yeah,
behind the. Okay,
yeah.
cool.
Nice. Okay, so So Victor, you feel a tiny little thud on the side of your boot, and then you feel tiny little tugs moving up the side of your pant leg.
Mm-hmm.
You look down, and there is this little mouse that is kind of climbing the side of your pant leg.
So it can see me?
So you make the assumption that perhaps it ran into you,
Gotcha.
and because it ran into you, has now found you and is climbing up the side of you.
Okay. I will look at it. Do I know if Herrick has ever turned into a mouse? Would I even be aware of something like that?
You believe it's something he's capable of.
Sure.
Where
Okay.
you've not seen him do it specifically, you think that it's possible.
Okay, I'll just attempt to speak to the mouse, as insane as that sounds.
Okay.
And I'll say, is that you, Herrick?
Okay.
See if it moves or does anything in response to me saying that.
Okay. So the mouse kind of works its way up the side of your pant leg or whatever, and you feel it. It kind of works its way up your torso, and when you say something to it, um, it stops for a moment, almost appears to look at you. So when you ask that, you hear a squawk come from within the cave, and all of a sudden, this decent sized hawk comes flying at you
Mm.
and grabs the mouse in like this aerial display of twisting, and then begins to fly back up the passage behind you with the mouse in its talons.
So I never got an answer to the question. Okay, it's fine. Okay, I'm gonna swap places with my echo.
Okay.
And I'm gonna.
Does any of us back here hear any of this, like the
Yes.
squawk and all that?
Yes, absolutely.
I'll say, Victor, what's happening?
Okay, so I'll swap places with the echo, and I'll then tell Kilgore and the rest of the group. So a mouse came up to me, climbed up my torso, and don't know if it was Herrick. Does anyone know if Herrick turns into mice?
So just is the bird flying towards us? Like, did all
Yes.
this happen quick enough? Okay.
Wait, so
Yes, you guys can see like the hawk kind of spin up over in the air, just at the top of, like along the top of the corridor here.
How far away is it from me?
So if you're staying 30 feet back from Victor, and so you're just behind the echo, so you're probably like 35, maybe 40 feet from Victor. Victor's at the opening. So the hawk is probably 30 feet from you at this point.
Okay, I have to make a okay. Hammer returning, throw at the hawk.
Oh no. Okay.
As you're in the middle, as soon as you say this mouse came up, is it fair? Okay, I'm taking a liberty there. So let me ask this before I do this.
Uh-huh.
Do I know that a mouse is something he would turn into? Yeah, something he's capable of, but he could also turn into the Hulk, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So my thought is, my thought is the hammer's not going to kill Carrick
Right.
from just one hit, but it'll stop him. So, and if he's a mouse, it'll save him. So hammer fucking through the air like
Hey, so we're throwing it at the hawk?
Apparently today is a day to throw shit at teammates.
Oh
Yeah,
god.
that's exactly that's the story we'll tell at the end of the
Okay.
session.
All right.
So DM, I'm just gonna imagine I'm in the middle of telling the story, and right when I get to the part where I say mouse, the hammer just leaves his hand, and I'm like, and you're throwing the hammer. Of course.
Right.
24 to hit the hawk.
Yeah, you absolutely hit it.
Okay.
Roll for
Damage.
Did he just throw the hammer at the hawk? Team killing
Yes.
motherfucker over here.
Oh, I shouldn't be raging. It's only 9. It's only 9. I shouldn't be
Okay.
raging. Sorry. I did that. 9 points of damage to the hawk.
I
I
think
murdered the
that's
shit out of the hawk.
still enough, yeah. So the the hammer hits the hawk in the face, and
God.
kind of like it like the hawk bounces up, hits its head on the roof of the corridor, as the hammer then begins to make its way back towards you, and it begins to fall to the ground. As it begins to fall to the ground, its shape shifts immediately into Herrick. As
fuck.
he
This is the second time this has happened while playing D&D.
Is he falling like towards us? Can I catch him?
No, so it would be like he's like probably 15 feet out from you when it
He's
happens.
sliding
So,
on his face.
so he like
Can I teleport over there and catch him?
sure if you want to try.
I'll just try. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you can try to do that. So make a make a dexterity saving throw. We'll say it's a saving throw.
Okay.
you go.
Don't have proficiency in that. No, 17. Okay.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, that's not bad. So you see the hawk like slam its head up against the ceiling, and then immediately begin to form into Herrick. So you appear under the top half of his torso, and make a strength saving throw.
Okay, as well. Okay. All right. 8.
Let's see. I'll be in just a minute. Okay, so
Sorry
as
not to
he
miss a game in Van's playing.
Oh yeah.
It was a gut reaction. I'm trying. It is.
You set his character on fire that one time.
Yeah.
That was mildly on purpose. I'm just saying.
Oh, you don't say. Okay.
Yeah.
That one.
So, as Herrick begins to come
I
down,
know.
which he's not falling very far, right? So your head is basically at the top of the corridor. So you're holding your arms out. You manage to catch under his shoulders, but perhaps didn't quite anticipate the 200 pounds falling from the ceiling, and so he kind of jerks you forward over him as he falls. But he does manage to land on his knees at the very least. So you do help him in that regard. So you guys don't necessarily face plant on top of each other, but it was very close. Very close to that.
And at that point, I'm just gonna run. I assume that this has knocked Victor visible now. Yes.
Make
His
a
invisibility.
make a constitute or a.
Did you take damage from that?
I didn't hear the drill say it, so.
No, but is invisibility a concentration?
It is, yes.
Yeah, so make a concentration check.
Is that Constitution saving or just Constitution?
Yeah.
Straight.
Yeah. So he becomes visible.
So I'm gonna run up. I'm sorry, Carrick, are you okay? And I'll pull out my one regular health potion. Here, drink this. I'm so sorry. I thought you might be the mouse, and I just reacted.
Bro, Kilgore, same team.
Don't split the guild party, man. I tried to tell you all this, and nobody listens to me.
And look at
Like
you
my
knocked
cousin.
Victor out of invisibility.
Yep. Yes, you did.
So what is Kane doing on all of this?
He's just sitting there pissed.
I look over at Kane and go, "It was a good throw, though, wasn't it?"
Just angst, you said.
I don't even know what he would do. I'm just
I think that's pretty much what he would do right there. He'd just like,
Just
what the fuck just happened?
I don't. DM, can I do an Arcana check on the room ahead of us?
Sure.
And now that I can use concentration, I'll do it with guidance.
Okay, yeah, go for it. Thunderclap?
Thunderclap.
Oh wow!
you guys are fucking around, and he's just like, boom! Get the fuck out of here!
Okay, I'm just trying to find our.
Do I have your attention?
Okay,
Right.
I was looking for our associate, just for the record.
You found him.
Obviously.
Um,
I'm gonna help Kane up and go. Let's get out of this cavern.
okay.
Please.
It's gonna be a 13 on the arcane kind of check. Jesus.
So you don't sense any
Caves
magic.
are no fun. There's no weather.
I'll ask Herrick since he was up ahead. Did he see anything noteworthy up ahead, or was it just more cave?
So he had making a flight around, and he said that this particular passage, right, this varying between 5.5 to 7 foot of varying heights kind of passage that opens out in all directions. He mentions that he has spotted 3 or 4 split offs from that section alone. Now, he also mentions that he did not fly the entirety of that section, given the difficulty of flight, that there are, stalactites and stalagmites, and a lot of it is not well traveled, and so it's hard to navigate. It's very difficult to navigate through that area.
But you didn't see anything like nefarious or anything suspicious at all?
He says no.
Okay. All right. Seeing as how we're coming to blows over exploring this tunnel,
I was just trying to make sure you didn't get eaten by a damn eagle, hawk.
Fair enough. Yes.
Whatever.
You can talk. The echo hears everything. It's fine. You can just talking to that. I'll hear everything.
No, you're standing right here.
I've walked away. The echo's still
and
there.
I would have been right behind you with.
Just talk to the echo. Just talk to the echo.
Nope.
I wrote a 23 to set. You're gonna have to believe me.
No, I would have kept coming.
So Herrick turns back into a hawk again.
What?
And begins to fly out of the corridor that you guys are in, and then into the next corridor, the south of the tavern, or the cavern rather, not tavern, the cavern. So you guys make your way back up, which it takes about 10 to 15 minutes of walking to recover the ground that you guys had covered. Back down to where the second portion of that. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to draw a little doohickey. I'm going to draw a little doohickey, you guys, so you guys can see kind of how. So like snakes around a little bit, it's a little rough, and it snakes around again, and then it opens out. So it's kind of here, and it begins to reduce in size there. Maybe not quite that thin right there, but you get the idea.
Gotcha.
And then it opens out. So that's where the 5 to 6. So this isn't to scale, obviously. It takes about 10-15 minutes of walking to travel the snaking corridor. But it is all incline. That first little portion is like some incline and decline, kind of like wavy, hilly type deal. Once you make the first snake, it's all incline after that. So Herrick does divulge to you guys the direction and kind of like area of the 3 outcroppings that he saw. And so they're kind of like there. At the northernmost portion of the map there. Okay. So you guys make your way back over to the cavern, whatever, and you note that a couple of the people that are in there have begun to pack up the things that they have. and a couple of them have moved one of these mine carts over to the railing. And the rest of them have taken hold of a rope that is sticking up from a pulley system that exists at the base of the railing. And they hook the minecart to it, and then probably 13 of the people that are down in here begin to pull. And they're all heaving together and essentially beginning to pull one of the full minecarts up the railing.
We're heading out that way, right?
Yes.
So I'm going to just get behind the cart and start helping to push
Okay.
with all my strength.
Sure.
So
It
just
is
a
quite
strength
heavy.
athletics check.
Sure. Yeah, make a couple. If you plan on pushing it the entire way, make a
Yes.
couple of them.
Okay. First one's a 26.
Very good.
Yeah. Ooh. Second one's a 14. You said just two, a couple, or you want one more?
You can do one more.
Okay. Last but not least, 20.
So you make it up the little curvature or whatever, turn the corner, and begin to make it up the 45-degree incline. And it gets a bit difficult to push it up some of that incline. You notice some of the rocks are kind of piled a little higher than they should be on the cart, essentially to prevent them from falling out. And so a couple of rocks, maybe start to fall off, but you kind of like catch them and push them back up onto the pile there, whatever, and continue to push. But then you find your footing, you kind of get situated, find your footing, and find that it's much easier. So I imagine you guys just had planned on making your way out. There weren't any other interactions that you guys wanted to have in the cavern with the cavern's people.
Right.
Okay.
No, when we got to the top, I assume if any of the guys from down there are pulling the rope, I'd kind of greet them and go, "Hey, I don't suppose," and ask them if they know about any passageway on the other side. Just
if I overhear, I'm gonna cast Detect Thought on one of them.
Yeah.
Probably the nearest one.
Okay. Yeah, go for it. Kane and Victor, any interactions you guys would like to have as well?
Oh, I'm just gonna let Kilgore know at some point as we were walking over there
Uh-huh.
that the guy in charge here was not giving him his full credit in his little ledger there.
Oh, really?
Yep. Said it was 5 guys instead of just you, buddy.
Means I do the work of 5 men.
Probably gonna
Sounds
pay you
about right.
a fifth of what it probably costs.
As long as he pays what was promised. That will
Kane,
be
what
fine.
about you?
For me, I'm going to wait.
Okay. Very good. Okay,
Patiently.
so Apora, so you're detecting thoughts. So I'm going to type a couple things as I talk to you.
Okay.
I'm going to type a couple things to you as I talk, I should say.
You want me to role play out the question while you're doing that, or?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
It
Okay.
doesn't
Cool.
matter. So as you guys are kind of interacting or whatever, and you're asking about this passageway or whatever, they say that they had not been there. The only person that had been there before was the one eldest, the eldest of the current miners or whatever. He was there when the original passage was made, and has been a part of the digging out of this cavern. And so.
I'd ask him to, if I met him downstairs, or like, is he working in the mine still?
Yes. Yeah, he's somebody that's working in the mine.
The guy I was talking to.
Yes. Uh-huh. There's the guy that Apora was interacting with earlier, before you guys had gone into that other corridor. So he mentions to you guys that he was there from the beginning, and when they dug it, into that opening. And he said that the intent was to explore that opening, but that they had come across some of the ore veins that they came across in where the cavern now is. And so they diverted their attention to digging out that portion of cavern. Now, he says that a couple of people have come through every now and again. People who are exploring, people who have curiosities about what may lie beyond. And but he mentions that most of the time they just kind of let the people pass on. The king doesn't necessarily lay claim to anything beyond the cavern. So nothing beyond the cavern has been claimed for the kingdom specifically. Let's see, Apora. In addition to what he's telling you, what you hear from his mind is this. Sorry, guys. Give me just a second. I guess I could mute my microphone while I'm doing this, so you guys don't have to hear all.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's kind of what you get, Apora, in addition to what he's telling you guys about already. So what he says is as they continue to dig out this cavern, they're going to slowly work their way towards the northern portion there, and their intent is to send someone to explore that at some point, so as to find additional resources. But what they've dug out from the cavern so far has been lucrative enough that they haven't needed to go exploring yet.
Okie dokie. I don't have any other questions, so
Okay.
I'll head on our way if nobody else is going to ask anything.
Yeah, sure thing. Okay. So I imagine Apora has had to step away for a second. So I imagine that he wouldn't have too many other questions. So just for the sake of time and everything, we'll say that your exchange went as intended, and you guys begin to make your way out of the mines. So,
as we're leaving, can I be taking a look at that the stone, that the one that was already, I guess, not the raw one, the one that the guy gave
Yeah.
me. Actually, yeah.
Sure thing. Yeah.
I know,
Apora,
Arcana checks on that, or...
Go ahead, Victor. I'm sorry.
I was just saying, would I be doing Arcana checks on that, or to like get a better understanding of it?
I mean, you could do an Arcana check. You can do a nature check if you want to. You can do another history check if you want. Any of those things would be fine.
Guidance.
Apora, was there any other interactions you wanted to have before you guys left this left the cavern itself?
No. But I will fill in the guys once I'm clear from earshot.
Okay.
About what I found out.
Okay. Okay, so Victor, as you're kind of inspecting this stone as you guys are walking up the shaft up towards the entrance, what you note is like it's a shimmering kind of pearlescent look to it. So it has like a cream colored white. That's the base of the mineral. But as you hold it into the light of the wall sconces that are now on your left side, as opposed to the right side, right? Since you guys are walking up, as you kind of pass each wall sconce, the red light that's flickering from the sconce itself flickers across the surface of this stone, and it almost seems to reflect most or the entirety of the visible spectrum. And it does so kind of in a wave, reflecting directly from the origin of the light. So it's almost as if, like, when you pass, well, like the little cat eye stones, how looking at them in a specific direction will determine where you see the lines at, right? As you're passing the light, that's kind of how the pearlescence flickers off of the surface of this stone.
Would I have a better idea of, I guess, like a specific use for it?
So incorporating the stone, or what you feel like is the stone doesn't necessarily have one specific elemental property, but what it does is enhances or acts as a catalyst for any other elemental property that it is combined with. So essentially what you think is like, if you had a flaming sword, for instance, and were to add this stone to it, that it would enhance the already existing elemental properties of the sword.
Okay.
Or anything for that matter, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So that's kind of what you get from it.
Okay.
So you guys make your way towards or eventually make your way out the opening, where the divot was carved into the base of the mountain or whatever, and you see the southward from where you are, from where the opening is, you see the mansion and everything, and you note that the way that the cut is into the side of the mountain, it has this kind of audible effect where, as you guys are walking out, any of the sounds that are coming from the city, coming from the kingdom or whatever, are almost as if they're amplified a bit. And not necessarily that they're made louder, but just that you can hear pretty much everything that's going on in the city. It's quite a fascinating type experience, right? So as you're walking through the space between where the mine shaft opens, or where the corridor opens into like the opening and the cut in the side of the mountain, between that and the mansion itself, there's kind of like a sweet spot, and what you hear is a crowd of voices kind of coming from southward of you. So you guys kind of make your way back around the castle walls. As you're walking southward towards the castle walls main entrance, or portcullis, quote unquote, you guys see that there's a crowd of about 134 people standing, all gathered probably 20 or 30 feet from the main gate of the castle. There has been this wooden fixture kind of roughly assembled, creating a podium type dealio. It's almost as if they've put together some sort of stage. and there's like a stand that's on it with a podium and something that is very obviously something for the king to stand on to put himself higher than everyone else. So the crowd is all standing there, and they all seem to be patiently waiting. They're all kind of like talking amongst themselves or whatever. And they very slowly begin to quieten down a bit as they notice you guys approaching. As you guys are approaching, you note that there are about 4 or 5 of the remaining city guard, which is pretty much all of them. That's a large portion of the city guard that remain that have gathered to do what they can for protecting the king if they need to, or kind of making sure that the crowd stays at bay. You note that there's quite a bit of dust in the air, as if it's not been long since the crowd has kind of come together. And there are murmurs and whispers and rumors that you guys hear in and through the crowd about the events taking place currently. So as you guys make your way around the south portion of wall there, you start to kind of walk between the castle wall and the crowd, and you note the city guard, and the city guard spots you and kind of wave you over to where the king is standing. Now the king is standing behind the podium, so he hasn't quite made his appearance yet. The podium is built up, so the base of it is about 5 feet high, and the stand on which the king will sit or stand, whichever he prefers, is about 10 feet high. So with how rickety this particular structure looks, it appears to have been assembled very, very rapidly. It is something that, only a halfling could stand at the top of safely without this collapsing. So the city guard beckon you over, and the king kind of nods as you guys approach.
Very well. He's nodding at us, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Then
I'll head forward.
nod my head back.
I don't.
Like, is he beckoning us over to him? Did I understand that right?
Yes. The city guard is kind of motioning for you guys to come over to where he is.
So I'll head that way.
I don't like this. Something's
striding
not right.
confidently.
Okay.
Sword away, in case.
What was that for?
Question.
I don't like this. Something's not right.
What do you think it is? I kind of slow my stride and turn back.
Okay.
This meeting might not be a good idea.
Can I get an insight check on, I guess, the king's overall disposition?
Yeah, go for it. Anybody that wants to can do an insight check.
Guidance ain't gonna help that one.
So when he says
18.
guidance ain't gonna help that one, he both means that specific role and also the one that is that role. And Kilgore rolled an 18.
I want to search the crowd. I kind of want to scour the crowd. Just keep lookout.
Sure. Yeah, make a perception check.
Popped into visibility because of the lantern?
No, nothing that you've noticed.
Okay.
Nat 20.
There we go.
Okay.
This is my first nat 20 in like 4 weeks now, I think.
Jeez. Okay, so real quick, what time does everybody need to jump off for the evening?
I got off work at 4 and fell asleep for like 3 hours, so I'm good to play whenever.
Okay.
I know I won't fall asleep until like 1 anyway.
Yeah, I was gonna say probably about 1 at the latest.
Okay.
Very latest. Yeah, probably 1.
I'm off tomorrow.
Okay.
I just go into work at 7:30, so yeah.
And Victor?
Fuck my
Just
job.
He's like
I
tomorrow.
think-
I'm actually not going to work either.
Oh wow, everybody's off. Okay. Do you guys want to take a quick pause, grab some snacks and drinks and stuff? I mean, I know I had to step away a little bit earlier, but that was unintended.
Yeah, I was gonna get a drink.
Yeah, I was gonna
that'd be
get some
nice.
coffee.
So yeah, if you guys are good for that, we'll take a quick break. We'll do that. And then that will give me a second too. So
Cool.
all right. So we're gonna do that real quick.
Ooh, I'm gonna change scenes.
All right.
got a bowl of edamame.
Welcome back. I told you we'd be right back.
Hey, we were actually right back this time,
Wow.
as opposed to taking like a 20 or 30-minute break.
Yeah.
I thought I had more time. I'm sitting over here like, oh, well, Homer, everybody's waiting on everybody to come back. I'll die my dice tower.
Roll initiative.
Putting a
What did I
coat of,
miss?
Charred wood on,
Oh, nice.
on my dice tower here.
Oh, nice.
For the time when we finally get past being afraid of everybody passing the plague along.
Right.
It's so funny. I did the same thing to my own wooden dice tower.
Yeah. I keep wanting to get one of those really nice ones from Wormwood, and then I look at my bank account and I'm like, nope. They not to give Wormwood a plug or anything, but they are awesome. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
Did y'all see during Halloween? They did a special promotion for dice trays with printed like backgrounds in the inset leather.
Nice.
Some very cool stuff. Very cool stuff.
It is.
Anyway, so
Wormwood is the reason I check my bank account every time I want new dice. Says Shadow.
oh yeah, they do have some very cool looking dice, and I know they don't make them in house, but I assume everybody in here has heard about the tungsten die 20 they made. It was like this big, and like put a dent in the the solid wood table they dropped it on the first time. Yeah.
Nice. Pretty awesome.
Yep. Okay, so that's
Cool. All right.
enough free product placement. Right.
Sponsor us.
Yeah, right. Sponsored. For any of you who have the capacity to sponsor people who are watching, mom and dad. So,
Because we got Shadow, man. Thank you, Shadow.
we love you, man. Okay. So, so Apora, you are scoping out this crowd.
Yeah.
Kind of scoping out the situation, checking on things. An anxious crowd patiently waits for information. They're all standing, and as you're looking through the crowd, you see faces of concern, distress, faces of sorrowfulness, and everyone that's there has some sort of air of seriousness. There is very little lightheartedness. There is very little playfulness. There's very little, and anyone who has children, anyone who has young adult children, they all seem to be holding their children very tightly, very closely. As you're looking through the crowd, you note that there's a general air of perceptiveness going on, or awareness, I should say, as if the majority of people are, there are darting eyes watching everywhere, looking closely. There are the large mass of people are maintaining an acute awareness about their surroundings. The people who are in the front of the crowd are all facing the front, obviously. But one of the things that you note is the further towards the edges of the crowd, both sides and back, the more people are kind of looking over their shoulder, watching the open spaces. Um, and so that's kind of the sense that you get as you're looking around. You see where there are a couple of people still straggling in from the kingdom. Uh, there there are one or two people in and among the crowd that you note seem to be quite inebriated. Um, and as you're looking through whatever, everybody is dressed pretty similar. There doesn't seem to be any major deviations from or between groups of people in the crowd and what social class they fit into. It's almost as if any separation in social classes has kind of faded into this one mass. Um, and they don't seem particularly concerned about that either. The only people that you note who kind of stand out from the rest of the crowd are this group. There's a group of 5 people that you note, and where they don't look much different from the rest of those that are standing around them. The exception that you note is they're all holding some sort of instrument. Now, when I say holding, I don't mean actively holding in their hands. What I mean is that um, they'll have on their person some sort of instrument. One of them has like a drum kind of hanging to their side. One of them has the bridge of a lute, like the neck of a lute sticking up from behind his shoulder. So they're all adorning some sort of musical
What's the
device.
look on their face, if I may ask? Is it concern, more serious, or?
So they definitely seem to have a very similar countenance, or seem to be holding a very similar countenance to those around the crowd. But the thing that you note is they are cutting up with each other a bit more. So they're a little more lighthearted than the rest of the crowd is, but only by a little, only by a small margin.
With an 18, did I notice any of this stuff, DM?
Yeah, so you notice a lot of the similar features. I think the one exception is that you don't note that there are musicians in the crowd.
Okay.
I'm gonna, just out of like pure instinct, cast Detect Thoughts on the lute player. Or the one that's cutting up the most, I guess.
Okay. Okay. So, so you cast Detect Thoughts, and let me see. Like a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah.
And what's
And
the auto save DC on that?
on this, it is 13.
Gotcha. Okay. Um. So you try to kind of begin to probe into that person's mind, but unfortunately are unsuccessful.
I immediately look for Cameo.
Okay. So as you're looking around or whatever, you see Cameo standing over by the side. He's standing very near to the king. And he seems to be holding a couple of accoutrements in his hand. In one of his hands, he's holding some sort of goblet, something that's very highly ornate. It seems to be made of gold with jewels around the rim, with some very ornate pearl inlay, some sort of pearlescent inlay, in a design that kind of coats the goblet itself. In his other hand, he seems to have draped over his arm some sort of robing that appears to be a royal robing, and he's standing just a few feet from where the king is.
I head towards him.
Okay.
And I'll follow behind if
Yeah.
I
Join as a
kind of say
group.
it. The crowd looks, I don't know, uneasy, almost expectant, knowing what's going on, fearful. As if they expect someone to lash out at them. Am I wrong?
Well, there's like one exception over there. They're acting really strange. I tried to read their thoughts, but they blocked it.
Would they know the direction of the intrusion? Or are we safe?
They don't know I did it.
Very well. Can I roll an insight on the group he's pointed out to me, DM?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I would ask Cameo if he knows him.
Okay. And Victor, what about you?
It's an 11.
You're
muted.
No.
If I heard the group talking about the crowd, I would I don't know if I would say this out loud, but I guess I would. I might wonder if it's due to the fact that they probably haven't heard the king talk in the last few weeks, while he hasn't been possessed by the other group. I mean, it's the first time he's ever actually spoken to them since then, I would think. It's only been a day.
Interesting.
Right. Okay.
I would motion over to the king. Is he already at the podium?
Well, he's standing behind it, so he's kind of standing behind the fixture or whatever. He's not begun to climb any of the steps up yet. So
I'll go up to him first, and I'll just ask him: is this the first time you've actually spoken to the people of the city in some time, of your own accord, I guess?
And he looks and he says to you, yes, he hasn't addressed the people in some time.
And the last time you did, were you in full control of what you were saying, or were you still under control?
So he says that he felt like he was. He mentions that the last time that he addressed them was like 3 or 4 months ago, after the dragon first appeared, and it was in a state of encouragement and everything, trying to essentially convince the people not to leave.
Okay, and did they get the information that we wanted, or have they not asked the questions yet?
And he says, well, that's what we gathered the crowd here for.
Gotcha.
For you guys to ask the questions you want, to address them directly.
Okay.
So Kilgore, you're kind of looking out, and Porus pointed this out to you. You're looking them over or whatever, and so they do have that kind of like a little more lightheartedness about them than the rest of the people that are here seem to have. But you feel like that could be for any number of reasons.
Okay.
Perhaps that's the way they cope, or perhaps they haven't experienced some of the loss that some of the other city members have, or perhaps they're fairly unattached, or something of the sort. Now,
Yeah.
Apora, when you approach Cameo, he is still wearing his leather armor, but he doesn't seem to have his rapier on him anymore, or at least for the time being. And you walk up to him, you ask him if he knows those people. He says that he doesn't know them personally, but he's heard tales of bards that have played at some of the taverns in the city. He says he's never witnessed them himself, but he thinks they kind of fit the description of what he's heard about.
How long have they been here?
He says he thinks that they've had bards come and go that he's heard about. Whatever he says, he knows at least one of them has been here for a couple of years. He thinks that two of them have, and he says that he feels like they were kind of looking for people to add, and so he thinks that they added one person from the city to their number, and then two of them have come in within the last year.
And DM,
Uh-huh.
the missing people started going missing how long ago? A couple months? A few months?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. I just nod and step back, get in my position.
Okay. So the king takes the robe that Cameo's kind of holding or whatever and dons it. And then he takes the goblet from Cameo and he begins to make his way up these like makeshift stairs that are on the side of this kind of podium, right? So he walks up the first set or whatever, and then he begins to walk up the second set, makes his kind of sets his goblet up at the top, and then finishes climbing the rest of the stairs. He sits in the seat, and when he does, the crowd begins to go silent. And they go completely silent this time. And so they're all kind of looking at him and waiting in hopeful anticipation. So the king, sitting up at the top of his podium or whatever, he stands up in his chair. And you note that the chair is actually much larger than he is in this case. So it's something that they threw together not necessarily with the specifications of him, but just for general purposes. And he stands up and he begins to address the crowd. And he addresses in a very cordial, very royal manner, with the mannerisms that he has had post dispatching of the one group that you guys dispatched of.
Okay.
So he kind of retains the demeanor, the kindness, whatever. As he's addressing the people, he does so in a way of reassurance and encouragement. Mentions that he has reached out and hired a group that he will proudly introduce to everyone, and that everyone is going to have the opportunity to speak to. And he says any concerns about the dragon or otherwise can be addressed to them for the time being. And so as he's talking, there are a couple of people that kind of interject, a couple of people that yell a couple things out here and there. You guys hear the voice of a distraught mother kind of yell out, what about our children? You hear the voice of a man who seems to be on the edge of drunkenness yell something to the fact of, how can you ensure our security when there's no city guard? and you hear a couple of interjections that kind of fit along those lines. And the king, raises his hands up to kind of calm people down and kind of, and so when they kind of fall silent again, he says he would like to introduce the people that he's hired, but doesn't feel that he would do them justice, and so will allow them to introduce themselves. And so when he says that, he says to the people, please just be patient, and that they'll be coming up shortly. So he begins to make his way down the podium. As he does so, the crowd gets fairly loud at this point, almost as if agitated, almost as if unsatisfied with the things that he's said. And he makes his way down the podium and down off of the platform. And when he reaches the ground, he turns and looks at you guys and says that he would like to offer the platform to any of you that would hold it. The crowd will likely respect you and will respond to you accordingly. If there's information that you would like from them, you can ask it. They will likely ask you information, and he says that if you guys want to have anything a bit more personal than this, that it can be arranged. And then he says, whichever of you would like to take the stand first, you're welcome to do so.
I kind of look over at everybody. And, would you like to go together, or all of us as a group? Do any of you not want to speak?
The king, when you say that, Kilgore, the king kind of looks up at you and he says, if you guys do all go up together, he says, please be careful. He says he's not sure that the platform will hold the weight of all of you.
I'll probably just stand to the side and keep an eye on the crowd.
Puro? Kane?
Talking's not my forte, dude.
Kane? Would you like to go up?
Thanks.
You cut out on us for a second.
I think you said you'd be fine.
Seeing a couple things.
Okay, me and you. We'll go up then.
You guys note that on a nearby building, Herrick has perched himself in his hawk form, and he's kind of staring down over the crowd.
Apora just looks over and nods at Herrick.
Okay.
I acknowledge his presence as well and start walking up onto the platform. Will it hold? Do I think it'll hold me and Kane? That's just the two of us.
So it doesn't look incredibly sturdy, but you do get the feeling that it could hold a few 100 pounds.
Okay. How tall is the platform?
It's about 5 feet up.
5 feet up. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll go up there. A few 100 pounds. I'm more than a few 100 pounds. Okay, this could get
Right.
interesting. So I'll step up there. I'll say,
Okay.
well,
Can you follow?
Does it feel rickety? Like,
It feels a little rickety, yeah. It definitely feels like.
I look back at Kane and go, one at a time. This might not end well. It's kind of rickety. Mind if I go first?
That would be fine.
All right, so Kilgore straightens up to his full 8 foot and some change height.
Okay.
Hello, townspeople. My name is Kilgore Wolfsbane.
Somebody yells, "Where do you come from?"
What? It's the Guild of Acquisition. I just want to say goats. I'm sorry, DM.
No, that's fine.
What city do we hail from? Did we ever clarify that?
No, so I was gonna actually let you guys pick
Oh, well,
if there was a specific city that you guys want the guild to be in, which the guild has a few different locations. So it's not just one. So you don't necessarily all have to be from the same city either. It just so happened to be that you guys were all at the one city when you guys were dispatched for this job. So
I'll kind of leave it open then.
okay.
Me and my companions are from the goats. We are the Guild of Acquisitions. Blah 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 blah. Because I can't remember. I can't say it. I'm gonna laugh.
Support.
Personally, I hail from far up north, in the mountains, cold and harsh. We are here to help your city, to rid you of the dragon, and to bring you back your strength and independence.
And somebody else yells, "What about the disappearances?"
That is one of the questions we have for you today. We need to know who has disappeared and when each disappearance happened. We cannot promise a return of loved ones, but we will do all we can to bring them back if at all possible.
So when you say that, people, first one person by themselves, and then a couple of more people begin to yell out names and how long ago. And they're doing so disorganized, like in a disorganized manner, and they're all kind of like spouting it out at you.
I'll try and raise my voice to calm the crowd.
Okay.
People, listen. We will have, and I try to tell them that. Are they quieting down at all?
Yes,
And
they
listening?
start to. Yeah, they kind of cut out their yelling.
This organization will not help us at all. We will have somebody with parchment who will take down each name with a date and best estimated time that they disappeared. We need to know name, any defining characteristics of their person, and their age and gender, along with the date and time, if possible, of when you have last seen them. We need to know also from you any strange things you've seen around the city. If you would like to raise your hands to ask questions or with information towards this, you can do so now, and know that anything you give would directly affect the chance of your loved ones coming back and you being rid of this dragon. And I want to kind of do a flourish. I guess I could do it. Could I do a performance for it, or is it
Yeah.
just to like whip out my great sword and like swing it in this huge arc from my shoulder down and like back over my other one and just up in the air as it burst into flames. So
Okay.
just try and
Sure.
I did a 10.
Okay.
So nothing overly spectacular. Just and know that by the light of my sword and the strength of our guild and my fellow members, we will make sure you are safe and this threat is removed.
And although your loved ones may not be avenged, in the end, we are a combat-oriented group, and our goal is to take out the dragon, of course. But comply with our questions, and it heavily increases the odds of saving them. Please do in an orderly manner, so as to help us figure out what's going on with your loved ones. Some of you are missing children, yes? Well, any children that we find, we will place a priority on them if we can. I do like to give you a sense of hope in that regard. However, if we come back empty-handed, it will be unfortunate, but that is a possibility.
Somebody yells from the crowd, "How can we trust you?"
We come from a place that deals in great repute. And though you may not have heard of it before, you can us because we've already helped you once, and we will again.
And I'll chime up and say, most of you are probably aware. And at this point, I'm using my greatsword, not like threatening towards anybody, but just
Sure.
as like an emphasis, talking with my hands type of thing.
Okay. Yeah.
Most of you may have. Yes,
You
go
make
ahead.
another performance check if you want.
19.
Okay.
And I'll just go on and say, most of you have realized the things going on in the city, even if you do not know exactly what it was, with the guard being reduced. Unfortunately, a great evil on top of the dragon had descended upon the city. A group that we have removed already. Your king is free to be the good man he should have been, and is out of their control. Do not lose faith, for as you see, he stands here with nothing but your best interest in mind. And know that is proven by the fact that he has brought us.
So, as you say that, there are murmurs that kind of go across the crowd and amongst the crowd. And a couple of the people that are in the crowd seem to have lost a little bit of interest. And so you see like one or two people begin to like kind of leave this conglomeration of folks and make their way back into the city. But for the most part, everyone else is highly attentive to what's going on, and they're very enthralled. And as the murmurs kind of go across the crowd or whatever, you hear a couple of people kind of cheer, kind of give a cheer.
Can I kind of look at Apura and Victor and kind of make sure they are seeing the people leaving as I am? Make sure they make note
Yeah.
of them. Is that possible? Just not like, hey, look, those over there, but
Right. Just
just
kind of
maybe like lean down and say, there's some leaving.
sure. Yeah.
And I don't know, roll an insight to see if I think any of them are
Okay.
doing so in a shady manner.
Go for it.
That's a 10.
I'll do the same since he pointed it out.
Okay. Yeah, go for it.
That one.
Wah wah.
Yeah, it's better than mine.
And a 13.
Oh yeah, 13. Sorry, I was muted.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Kane, you can also make an insight roll if you'd like to. I imagine he would have pointed it out to you as well.
Are you using a voice changer? Is that what it is?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh no, that was just my normal voice. Don't worry.
Oh yeah.
All
Like
that vaping.
You murdered Barry White and sucked out his soul.
You're right. This is what
This is
soul.
how I've been speaking since you guys have known me.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Can you say for me, I'm calling about your vehicle's extended warranty?
Oh my god.
Nice.
Good luck.
Dang it.
Your vehicle is destroyed. It is an unfortunate circumstance. However,
so everybody make a perception check also on top of that. So Kanan, as you're watching,
6.
16.
Nice, okay. Kane, as you're watching, you note that so there are like 3 or 4 people that have left, right? And then 2 more are kind of trailing off behind them. And then maybe 1 or 2 more after those. The first 3 or 4 people that left all seem to be headed generally the same direction, right? South by southeast or south by southwest, but they're all kind of heading in that direction. You do note that one of the second group of people that have been leaving, right, has walked a little ways southward, but then has turned and started walking further eastward, and not quite so southward. And it's almost as if that person is going to circle around, either to avoid the crowd or perhaps where they live is over in that area. But they're not walking the same direction as everybody else that's left so far. So from the perception checks, what you guys note is that there is a very small portion of the crowd kind of hanging out in a group. They're kind of clustered together. They're a part of the crowd, so they're kind of faded into or phased into the crowd. Are some of the crew from the airship you guys flew in on. And so they're all watching you guys intently. Okay. The other thing that you guys note too is that there are quite a few people in the crowd that have kind of begun to work their way, kind of elbowing their way through the crowd up towards where you guys are. And though the progress is slow because everybody is tightly packed, they are, gradually making their way towards where the podium is.
And I'll chime up and one last thing say, any of you that are afraid of speaking out, come see us in private. Know that your information will be kept confidential.
Okay. So as you guys are standing there, one of or 2 of the people in the crowd eventually break free from the line of the crowd and almost in a run are coming towards you. The couple of city guard that are standing there, whatever, barely get their hands on those folks and kind of begin to work them back towards the crowd.
Are they coming threatening or?
No.
Okay.
Like desperation.
I'm sorry?
Like desperation.
Yes. So the guards kind of begin to work them backwards, back towards the crowd again. and one of them says, "No, he said we could come to them. I'm
Yes,
coming to them."
come to speak.
Um, so the first person approaches, and it is someone who looks to be between their mid-30s and mid-40s. So it's kind of hard to tell. They're fairly dirty looking. Um, they haven't washed up from whatever it is or whatever it was they were doing prior to. Um, and so it was like a young man. And he kind of approaches and he says, my girlfriend is gone.
Is the king still nearby, DM?
Yes. Yeah,
Right.
he's over there standing like behind the podium, towards like the castle gates.
I'll look over here to him and say, "You have a scribe here, correct? Someone to take down the names and information, yes?"
Whew, yeah, sorry about that. So he says, yes, he does, and he nods, and Cameo pulls a scroll of parchment out of his like side pouch or whatever, and begins to pull out a quill and a inkwell, and kind of set himself up on like the back portion of podium.
Now tell everybody, please line up behind this man. Now tell us about your woman. What has happened?
So he comes up and he says his girlfriend's name is Uni. They had gone for a walk, like a romantic walk or whatever, and they were walking along where the cut in is at the base of the mountain. And he says they had fallen asleep on the grass, just out from under the cover of the divot in the mountainside. He says they had fallen asleep looking up at the stars, and when he woke up, she was gone. Let's see. Okay.
And we saw no other tracks in the mine in the rear section. Is that Eric's?
So was that something you guys had explicitly checked for?
That's fair.
I thought I did ask if there were any other tracks. Did I not? Am I wrong? Did I remember that wrong?
In that
I
one
think-
specific spot? No.
Yeah,
The
I think it was
purpose
just
of us going there was to look for anything suspicious. I asked if Herrick had seen anything suspicious.
Yeah, so you guys did.
so Herrick may know.
Right.
I
I
look
thought
over
I
to
asked if there was any other tracks. I'm sorry.
I look over to Herrick.
I don't remember. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't remember.
Okay, well, I'm all right. I didn't get asked to make an additional roll. Unless I'm remembering it wrong altogether, and it was something else I asked, so I just let it go.
I call over Herrick.
Okay. So Herrick kind of flies down off of the roof that he was perched on, and he lands on your shoulder.
I'll just detect thoughts on him so he doesn't have to change.
Okay.
I pretty much say out loud, do you see any tracks of anything else while we were in the cave? Maybe signs of struggle or something getting dragged? I was too sober for a Pora. Is there like any dragging or like...
Okay, let me type some stuff to you. Okay, so that's what he says, or what he thinks. But it comes out like squawk, 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 squawk.
Actually, well, I don't. Yeah. Is it close to Eric Cochran? Is it like Dwarf Arkham?
No.
All right. So definitely.
You're squawking too much. Shush.
So the second person approaches. The second person is a middle-aged woman whose hair is graying. She's wearing an apron around about her. She seems to have some sort of like flower or something. And she says, my daughter's gone. And she's like tearing up. You guys see like tears rolling down her face. She's almost hysterical.
DM, could I have gotten the date and time of that man's girlfriend's disappearance? Make sure that that's gotten as well.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I'm kind of keeping note myself, just for personal memory.
So he says that she disappeared 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
I wave over Kane and Victor while Kilgore's taking notes.
Okay.
All right, cool.
All right.
Yeah, I'll go over there.
Hey guys, Eric said he saw, definitely saw signs of life back in the cave. Though the definitive markings were distorted.
Very intriguing. Now, how did that come to pass?
Look back over to Herrick. Squawk, 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 squawk.
How did that come to pass? I was thinking about possibly doing this one, but
That's pretty crazy, dude.
Very intense.
Right. I hope I answered that right. By that I mean I hope I gave you a contextual answer.
Yeah. And I whisper that to them.
Okay. So the next, the middle-aged woman that has come up, she says her daughter's name is Semet, and she says that Semet disappeared 5.5 days ago. Said that
Semet, C-E?
S-E-M-E-T-T-E.
Who just died? I missed everything.
So as you guys are burying Victor's body.
Oh, shit. Kilgore lets out one tear that runs all the way down his cold gray cheek. No, kind of good.
No, I heard a name.
So Semet, the woman says that Semet is the name of her daughter. She disappeared 5.5 days ago. Said that she was supposed to be seeing off one of the traveling merchants that comes through here by cart. Supposedly she was walking along the outside of the city, or the city walls. And she just didn't come back from that.
How old is she?
The woman says that she's about 17 years old.
And I would have asked that of the other man as well.
Okay. He says she was in her early 20s.
Okie dokie.
All right, I'm gonna whisper. So like apparently, Eric saw signs of life, but it was pretty distorted. But it was the second passage from the left in the cave that he saw it. So unfortunately, we might have to go back in there.
Understood.
Did he lie to me?
Oh, wait.
To my face? I didn't even...
I can't hear you.
Can't hear me?
It's very faded.
Yeah, Mac was up.
Hey,
I said, did he lie to me? To my face, and I didn't realize it. I am impressed.
So
Quick
there. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was gonna ask Kapor, did he tell you this, or did you use a bit of mischief to get that information?
pointing to his helmet.
Okay. Interesting.
Okay. I tell her we will do what we can. The closer the disappearance is to now, the more likely we are to discover their whereabouts. Please steel yourself for the worst, hope for the best. And I put my hand on her shoulder to kind of steady her if she looks like she's,
Yeah, she's pretty distraught. Just kind of looking for comfort from anywhere and everywhere and anywhere she can get it from.
I guess to kind of speed up the process, I would start another line and do the same thing Kilgore is doing and just compare notes later on.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. So by the time you guys get done, there's probably about 23 people that have gone missing, which I have notes, so I can send you guys those like names and places and everything.
That would be perfect.
23, sir?
I'm sorry, Victor, go ahead.
Did you say 23?
Yeah.
What a coincidence. Coincidence. Just gonna point out that's the same, roughly the same number of villagers.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you're right.
It's very interesting.
So you guys managed to get through the various lines or whatever, and let's see. Stupid. Let's see. Okay, so you managed to get through the various lines, the couple of lines of people, right? And you accumulate all of the information on each of the missing persons. Some of them distraught, some of them seemingly just having accepted the fate of, or the idea that they'll never see those people again. A couple of the people that come through seem to be fairly unattached to the people they mention, but they mentioned that those people were kind of like loners or townspeople that didn't really fit in with anybody, and so they felt like maybe somebody should say something about them missing. Go ahead, Victor.
Is there any, I guess, correlation between the, I guess, victims, as far as like their ages or anything like that? Like, were they all roughly the same age, or was,
Or gender, or
yeah?
So the ages vary pretty decently, so there doesn't seem to be any consistency of age. The ones taken are anywhere from 9 years old all the way up to 50s. They are predominantly women that have been taken. But there have been, so the numbers are, let's see, let me see if I can scroll through this real quick and find. It's here. It's here. So the breakout is 16 women, 7 men. And that's how.
so there's not really a clear line.
Right.
And as far as the attachments that these people would have had, it would have been like, I know some of them were described as loners, but the vast majority of them, were they all people that had some kind of like familial tie, or
Right. Families, or, the lovers or the partners of. Yeah. So.
so they're not likely to have left for any other reason other than some other outside force, more than
Right.
likely. Okay.
Right. It would all be people that would have the intent to, or what you get from the general idea is that most all of them were people that had the intent to return here. Now, of the people that are missing, of the 7 men, and maybe 1 or 2 of the women that are missing because they went looking for one of the other people that are missing.
Okay.
Was there a specific location that a lot of these people went missing from?
So it's not really specific to a location.
It's all over the town.
Yeah, it's just kind of anywhere and everywhere. Outside the city walls, inside the city walls. So you guys kind of get the idea. None of them went missing from within the castle walls, but you guys also kind of begin to get the idea that perhaps the king is not very well liked here. And he doesn't really get a whole lot of visitors typically. Now, obviously, that could be because of some soreness from the recent events, but hard to say.
Okay.
Okay.
I thank them all for their information and their compliance.
So, quite a few of them express their appreciation and their hopes. Some of them mentioned their prayers, mentioned that they'll be reaching out to their various deities to support you guys in your cause, to help bring justice to the town, etc. A couple of them display an acute hatred for anything relative or associated with the village that's supposed to be north of the castle, or north of the city, that is, up the mountainside some. And a couple of them mention some interactions that have happened between them and those villagers, but those interactions are few and far between, and typically only happen on hunting trips.
I look to the guys. So back to the cave then, huh?
It appears so.
Seems the only way.
Okay.
I like being over a mountain. Not so much in it.
So I'm sending a quick group message to you guys. I have to step away for another minute, and I can't wait. So,
Go ahead.
but it'll only take me a second. So if you guys will give me just a minute, I'll be right back.
Cool.
So I said, Kane sounds like the anonymous voice. And he was hoping for a
Is that
roll
what it
for
is?
he was hoping for a roll for initiative, I guess, for the bards. And he's like, "Oh man, I thought some heads were gonna roll."
I thought so too. I thought we'd get into like a fight or something.
I thought there was gonna be an assassination attempt. That's what it was.
Yeah, just out of character. It seems on the way they described him to Pora. They didn't seem like they were. It seemed like they were confident in their ability and less worried about what was going on in the town. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't know about you guys. I'm starting to get tired too.
Yeah, I'm about the same. I grabbed a refill on my Dunkin' Donuts coffee there. Just, you know, quick brew out of the Keurig there. But maybe we should consider some system to open up in the future, maybe servers that we have, game servers, to maybe down the line open them up to certain fans, stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
That might be a thing we can.
I should say that would be pretty cool.
Yep. And so have any of y'all? Well, we got a minute chat. Have any of y'all played or looked at the Star Wars 5th edition
I've
campaign?
looked at it before. You talking about the fan made thing on Reddit?
Well, yeah,
Yeah, I've
they've
looked at it
actually,
before.
yeah, they've got the book and all. Like it's actually in. Think I'm not sure where all it's available at, but it's actually in Foundry,
Like it's published?
Origin Foundry. Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Like
that's
it's
cool.
actually,
Dang, that must have been really hard to get rights to do that.
I'm actually playing in a Star Wars 5e game on Sundays. Just private game.
Is it any good?
It is pretty good. There's a lot of depth to characters, and some people are kind of not exactly crazy about the damage that lightsabers do because they're largely dealt with like normal bladed weapons as far as damage goes.
Mm,
But you can't have them being
yeah.
overpowered because that breaks the game. But
Yeah, because I
You
mean,
can
pretty much Jedi are like uber powerful compared to everybody else anyway.
Yeah.
So if you
So
play as a Jedi,
yeah, well, and that's the thing. They had to balance it. So, but you can customize your lightsaber, like with different lenses, crystals, things like that. So you can augment it. It is very fun. I'm playing a Jedi Guardian that specializes in Sarisu. So basically, like Obi-Wan. It is one of the
defense,
tankiest.
yeah,
Yes, like without having a whole bunch of hit points, he's one of the tankiest characters I've ever played.
that's pretty
Because
sweet.
a lot of his abilities are damage. It basically works kind of like a barbarian's ability to rage and reduce and get resistance. So they all works on A, reducing damage, and then deflecting damage to the point where you can bounce it back at the enemy if you get a good enough roll. So it's kind of interesting. It runs off of that whole mixture of a damage resistance and deflect mechanics. So it's kind of interesting. But you could take that same Jedi Guardian and make him any number of different ways too. So pretty cool. But David's back. David, you're muted.
I'm back. That was a pen and paper tabletop you were talking about?
We're actually talking about Star Wars 5th edition. It is
Oh,
digital. It is I'm playing it in another campaign on Sundays.
Nathan?
Yes,
Nice, cool.
Forge and Foundry.
Fancy that.
So
Another one of our good nerd buds.
yep. It's pretty fun. It's interesting.
Nice. Nice. Man,
Very interesting.
what?
So,
Okay.
so far, the engineer is the biggest damage dealer. We have 2 Jedi monks. That's interesting. So
Huh. Nice.
Can you play as like a bounty hunter character? That'd be pretty sweet.
oh yeah. There's a lot of
We
different.
all know Jordan would play that shit.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
You'd end up being the bounty hunter character.
Oh, why do you say that, man? I don't understand where you get that.
Everybody has their stereotype.
Right.
My first character in D&D ever was a cleric who almost got beat to death by a troll.
Mine was a bard. He died.
Oh,
Monk.
Oh,
He's always alive in our hearts, man. It's okay. It's okay.
Insert 80s.
Mine was a really weak monk.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was so bad at playing 5th edition at first, like I had no idea what I was doing, that I was just unarmed striking. I didn't realize hey, use a quarterstaff and then strike. I was literally just like every round I would do one punch because I didn't even realize that they get an extra attack or a bonus action attack. So I was just like punching one time or flurry of blows, and that was like all I did.
Oh snap! See, I haven't played a monk in 5th edition. I did in 3.5, and my whole plan was dirty fighting for extra 1d4 damage, and then I think it's drunken monk gives you the ability to use improvised weapons in your fist to add an additional like die 4 or die 6 damage. So that was my plan, and that and Ring of Wallop.
I remember.
That was my whole early like low level plan.
That's pretty sweet.
Guess we start heading back to the cave.
Yep. Unless we'll let I guess we'd let the king know we're heading out towards the cave. And does anybody want to talk to anybody else, or are we just gonna kind of speed that
so
along?
just so I'm clear, we're going into the cave to then go up to the village to then potentially fight the dragon and save the people who are being held captive.
Let's stop by the village first.
I was gonna say I'd try and save the village and then maybe sneak in a rest of some type. And
Yeah, I'm just saying that's the order of operations is what I'm trying to.
I
something
think
like
so. I think so.
Before we leave, is there a blacksmith in the town at
Yes,
all?
there is.
Just asking. Just kind of trying to see something real fast.
Sure. Do I need to get my book out real quick? I don't know.
I mean, not really. I mean, okay, I'm just going off base of what you told me. So the stone that I have, you said if I just attach it to a weapon, it would essentially add the bonus, or do I have to actually do something with like an enchanter or something like that? Because
So it adds a bonus to a weapon that already has an elemental effect added.
okay, but as far as it adding, I just have to hold it, or is it something that I actually have to put onto the weapon itself?
It's something that has to be integrated into the weapon.
Integrated.
But
So like,
not at time of creation, right?
Right.
Okay.
okay. So could I have a blacksmith add an attachment to the blade or to the weapon itself?
Sure.
Okay.
If he's capable.
I mean, I would hope so. Can I just ask? Is there? I don't even know if there's a blacksmith in town, so the main thing I'm trying to figure out.
There is. He so the blacksmith that you find or whatever. He's not. You know, I mean, given the size of the town, it's not like he's incredibly skillful or anything.
The greenest.
Mm,
Yeah, pretty much. So he's decent. He's does some decent work or whatever, and most of the stuff that he produces is for what he says is a non-existent city guard.
mm,
He said when there were more city guard, he had more work or whatever. And he says, but now he basically just, he primarily does like horseshoes and things like that.
okay. Um.
Because there
all-
isn't really.
Oh,
Go
okay.
ahead.
No, I was just, you can finish what you're saying. That's fine.
Oh, okay. I was just going to say because there isn't really a military force here or anything to support anymore. So basically, he's just, he repairs parts on carts that break over time or rust or whatever. He makes horseshoes. He does like iron banding for barrels and things like that. So where he can make weapons or whatever, it's not been something that's been prevalently requested. He's like, so his weapon work has been few and far between.
Mm.
Um,
Well, if I'm understanding this right, I don't need him to do anything specifically to the blade or anything like that. Is there any way for him to install it into the hilt?
he says that he can give it a shot
Okay.
and see what he's capable of.
Okay. Guidance.
Okay.
If only I knew it for.
You gonna leave it with him?
How long is it gonna take?
He says it's gonna take him a while. It's gonna be a
Uh,
couple days.
Couple of days?
Yeah.
I mean, okay. Probably not
He
then.
he wants to work. He wants to work slowly, meticulously, because he's dealing with an enchanted weapon, which is something he's not typically. It's not something he typically does.
It's just I just need you to attach it to the hilt, bro. Don't actually mess with the blade. Just get some glue or something, some adhesive,
Well,
and just like pop it in there. It'd be great. No.
so we're all there. Yeah, I think the whole weapon is enchanted. Victor is not just like the blade portion. You have a very nice blade like mine. I wouldn't want to leave it here to start with.
I wouldn't leave it. I'm not trying to leave it here either. It's very.
So he says that tampering with an enchanted weapon has the potential to be dangerous
I would imagine.
and could potentially ruin the weapon itself.
Yes, I heard that story about the barbarian fighting a bunch of giants outside the Waterdeep, and he swung his blade and it exploded, almost killed him, killed 5 giants, almost a rogue that was about
Apor
to
is just
stab him or
mouthing out this
something.
whole story.
Do I notice a poor mouthing it? And I look at the poor, and it killed this one bird that was flapping through the air like an idiot.
Like an idiot. See, I knew it.
Not really a poor. I was just joking, but it can happen. And I just
Never
smile
mind.
real big.
I'll just go.
He says, well, to let him know if you change your mind, he'll be here
I'm sure you will.
working on his horseshoes.
Mm.
Okay. So you guys begin to make your way back out of you make your way out of the little blacksmith shop, whatever, and you start making your way back towards the cave. Insert 80s montage of Atlas still riding the back of a griffin. And
He's the best around. Oh, jeez.
Ricard and Skodrick and Roland and all of them are on their airship still flying south along the Sword Coast towards Daggerford, Dragonspear, not Daggerford, towards Dragonspear. Ulfney's making his way on horseback back around.
And Keeper just sitting there praying.
Yeah.
The temple.
Been trying to commune with Lathander again. Okay, sorry, I had to throw that in there. Okay, so you guys are making your way back, and you make a way back through, back down the entryway and the entry corridor back into the cavern and back through the cavern. You guys note by this time or whatever that the third minecart has made its way to the top, and most of what was there has been unloaded. When you make your way back into the cavern at this point, you don't hear any noise except the noises caused from you guys walking down, coming from within the cavern. And when you walk into it or whatever, it's empty. So there's nobody down. There's nobody left. And on your way in, like every third wall scotch are what is lit. Everything else has been put out, essentially.
I just pull out a Poor pulls out a torch and lights it with the Druidcraft.
Okay. So you guys make your way back into the cavern, and through the cavern or whatever, you also note that the pile of the special resource or whatever that's been taken, the special minerals or whatever, all of that is gone as well. So all the piles in the cavern essentially have been cleaned out. So you guys make your way back up the opposite incline into the other corridor and begin making your way through the other corridor down to where it reduces and shrinks in height and everything. And then opens out into that strange like crack / divot or whatever that seems to run for a decent portion underneath the mountain. So everybody go ahead and make a perception check.
Okay.
17.
One of those.
18.
Okay. And then you guys can all also make an investigation.
22.
Nice.
Investigation.
8.
Yeah, you guys can all make an investigation check.
13.
Nat 20.
Get it, Kane?
Buh.
Very nice. Very nice. I like.
22 on both rolls.
Jeez. What was the other roll? I'm interested.
Because he was just really, really paying attention.
16.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Okay. So as you guys are exploring this portion of cave, right? It is quite large. It is it represents a very significant a very significant amount of labor to essentially search all of this area. when you do, you find 7 different passageways that lead out of this, of varying heights and sizes. The last of which isn't so much like a corridor or anything like that, but just a portion of the cave that kind of flows downwards into more cave. And so they're all spread along this northern portion. Let me draw some more so you guys can see. I try and freehand this. Da, 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 da. So the portion of cave that kind of flows into itself is down here. Okay.
Is Herrick still on my shoulder?
No, he's been flying around, so he's separate from you right now. So he's flying around in the cave or whatever, and you know that like as you're watching him kind of flying around or whatever, he actually turns down one of the passageways and flies up it a bit to see what he can see.
Follow.
Okay. So the one that he flies down is essentially the third from the left. So he kind of follows the left wall, flies down, whatever, and then counts 1, 2, 3, and then flies down the third one from the left. What you guys managed to find, there are a couple of ore veins that you come across in and among your search or whatever. One of the ore veins being the special mineral that you guys had found before, as well as some additional gold mineral veins that you find. You also know that one portion of the cave, from the 6th passageway, there is a sulfuric smell emitting from the passageway, from within the passageway. Very potent, and it's a little bit warmer. There's a very slight draft that is warm air kind of flowing up from that passageway. So that's the 6th passage.
Do any of the passageways seem to have magic coming from it, or have a magical, like, lingering effect or anything?
Okay, so you can make an Arcana check again. And actually, anybody else that wants to make an Arcana check also, you guys are welcome to do so, just to see what you come up with.
Okay.
Just to see if you feel anything.
Can I check for any kind of tracks whatsoever besides that of our own?
So that's what the investigation check was for, because I imagine that you guys would be checking for all of that stuff too.
Gotcha.
So looking for the perception check was like the generalization of the area and its contents, and the investigation check was for the specificity of details that exist in and among everything that you've looked at, essentially specifically revolving around that factor. Whether or not people have been moving in and out of this space, essentially.
All we were missing was a 9. We had a perfect series there.
Right.
Insane.
Yeah, we'll just say Herrick.
Right. So they rolled a 6, 7, 8, and a 10 for their Arcana checks. So the only magic that you note, and it could very well be that anything beyond this space is being masked by it, but there are 2 veins, fairly small, that you guys note and kind of come across in and among your search. And those 2 passageways those 2 veins are of that particular mineral, that one special pearlescent type mineral that that enhances enchantments or elemental effects. So as you guys are looking through whatever, you note that it appears the primary entryway of a couple of these spaces has been combed over or brushed or something. There is some dirt. One of the entryways has some sand in it or whatever. Everything that's there has been smoothed over. And you guys kind of can tell. You guys can tell that they've used some sort of tool or something to try and make it appear as if there was no in and out traffic.
Is it obvious where it's leading, or can I roll a survival to try and track it?
So it's pretty obvious.
Okay.
So each of these are kind of at the entryway of one of the 7 passages. Not all 7 passages are that way. But what you do note is that about 4 or 5 feet from the entry of each of the passages that are done that way, there are some sort of signs of life or whatever. There's some sort of one of the halls has like this footprint kind of deal. One of the halls has some kind of maybe like the wall is like mud and there's a handprint in the mud. It was dried, so it's like clay that's dried or whatever, but there's a handprint in it. And that's kind of in each of the passageways that you guys see that look like any appearance of life there was an attempt made at removing those. When you look beyond where that was done, you guys can see that there were clearly some kind of signs of life. Though you're not 100% sure what to what extent or what intent, you can't tell any specific details like how many there were or anything of that nature. Now, Kane, as you're looking through, you're looking at the walls or whatever. You see the handprint in the firstmost passageway from the left. So, starting at the left, going clockwise, right? And this is how I'll describe each of these corridors. So, starting at the leftmost corridor, going clockwise, you see the handprint on the wall, but directly behind the handprint, you see as if there are claw marks on the wall. Starting at the handprint and then receding into the passageway. So that's the first passage. And I need to make sure as I'm assigning these, let's see. The second passageway, it's hard to tell if there are any footprints or anything, but you see a torch that has gone out lying on the ground.
Like it's going out recently? Like there's still smoke coming from it?
No, there's no smoke.
Okay.
So you're not 100% sure how long it's been there, but if you pick the torch up, it's not even warm to touch.
Is there
Can I
moisture in
do
this cave?
I'm sorry?
Is there moisture inside? I know you said before there was moisture in certain specific. Is there moisture in this specific part of this cave?
Yeah, there is some. Yeah, it's a bit musky. It's almost as it kind of has the same feel as a basement that has like a flooding problem. It like mildew,
Ah,
There's like a stinchy kind of thick air, stagnant, kind of gross.
Do I see the torch? Do I notice him seeing it?
Sure, yeah. Yeah.
Can I roll a survival and see if I can tell how long the torch has been there?
Sure. Yeah, go for it.
Guidance.
Oh, it's not gonna help. I got the 1.
Oh, I didn't see.
So I kind of like break it as I go to pick it up. Like, oh shoot.
Right, it like crumbles.
Oh well. It was worth a look. This is the second one. This is the one that Keurig said he saw something down, right?
That's what I heard. Unless I misheard it.
It was the second from something.
Give me 1 second. It says it was the second passage that he found on the far end of the cave.
Second on the far end?
So what you guys kind of get the feeling of or whatever is that when he was flying through here, he didn't necessarily, he was making like a generalized pass to kind of get a feel for. So it's likely he didn't even explore the entire space here.
Yeah.
Okay. So in the third passage, what you guys take note of is that the dirt here is a little more loose. And it almost seems as if, it's pretty hard to see. You have to look pretty closely. As you're looking pretty closely or whatever, what you see is the appearance of something being dragged. You're not 100% sure what. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Apora.
Apora would probably suggest that's probably that's probably the way then.
Okay, so the appearance of something being dragged in the third, in the seventh corridor, which is not really a corridor, it's not really a passageway, right? It's just where the cave narrows incredibly from its vastness. The height is a little higher or whatever, but it goes down and kind of flows down. So it's not exactly a corridor, it's not like a passageway or whatever, it's just like an open portion of the cave that reduces significantly in its width, but continues on like a downward path or whatever. So that's like the seventh area. Let's see. So in the fourth area, you don't really see signs of any kind of life or anything. But in the fifth area, as you guys are kind of inspecting it over or whatever, Kane, as you're kind of like getting down and doing like, as much like nitty gritty investigative work as you can or whatever, there is a very, very faint sound of what seems like screaming.
Do any of you hear that in the distance?
I can
Perception.
roll a perception.
Sure. Yeah.
I hear.
I thought maybe I heard a scream.
I hear the echoing of nothing.
Yeah, same.
There's 2 1s in a row.
That's crazy, man.
I vote
I know what I heard.
But it sounded like screaming, you said?
Yes.
How many of the passageways are left to check at this point? DM, just 1? 6?
4.
The sixth one. So the fourth one didn't really have any signs of anything. It was just like
And
a corridor or whatever.
and the
The
7th had what?
the 6th one is just a severe reduction in the cave's width, and it continues to kind of flow down. So it's not necessarily like a corridor or passageway so much as it is an extension to the cave itself. That just kind of flows off of the side of it.
Okay. And what did the 7th have?
Oh, that
That's
was
one.
the 7th. The
Oh,
6th,
that was the 7th. Okay.
yeah, the 6th one was the sulfuric smell, warmth kind of drafting up out of it.
DM, did I hear the screams of the 18?
Yeah, you catch one faint.
One abruptly ended scream.
So I'll stand up. Do we go? I'm like ready to go down.
Yeah, same.
Seems about.
It might not be a bad idea. I know none of you others heard it, but I'm fairly confident of what I perceived.
Yep.
Who's going first?
Who's first?
I would be fine with leading.
Okay.
I will too. So I'll be
I'll pick
right
up the
behind
rear.
you, or I can be in front. You pick, Kane.
Maybe at my side.
Side by side. Is that big enough in that?
In this portion of this tunnel, it is.
Let's do it. So blade out.
Okay.
Maybe we should head up without extra light.
Got my torch.
So I'll not turn out the lantern, but I'll cover it
Yeah, please do.
with my cloak.
Okay.
And not alight my sword.
Okay. So if Kane and Kilgore are going to run at the front of the pack, are you guys going side by side or single file?
I'll come up behind Kilgore. Not sure.
Okay.
I'll pick up the rear.
Okay. All right.
And I'll be doing the best I can at not touching the ground.
Okay. So Kilgore.
I look back at Porter and I go, "Why aren't you touching the ground?"
I don't. I have to fly, man.
Understood.
So Kane and Kilgore, I need you guys to make a perception check for me.
Okay.
And either of you guys have dark vision?
I do. Yes.
Okay.
I actually don't.
Let's see.
At least I don't think I do.
I'm trying to remember if there was a difference in Goliath dark vision than most others.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, I'm looking myself, and
If it's pitch black, Opora would have one hand on Victor's collar, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, it definitely gets that way. It definitely gets that where the natural lighting is incredibly dark.
Or if you want to use your echo, that's fine.
And the echo would just be probably right next to me.
Alright, I'll put my hand on the echo's collar.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I was going to have Kilgore and Victor make another perception check.
yes, okay.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's where the dark vision comes in. I don't have any.
11.
Can I assist on Kilgore's?
No, you're having to do your own. So
Okay.
So am I doing mine too?
plus you rolled a 1. So.
They have dark vision, don't they? Don't Goliaths have dark vision?
That's a great question.
I don't know why I'm having such a hard time just finding it.
It should be just in the book, right?
Huh.
I'm not seeing it, and I went to D&D Beyond, but...
Well, we have the book that has the Goliath race in it. Don't we?
Oh, maybe
Resistance
Goliaths
to
do not have
cold.
dark vision.
Yeah, they don't. Holy crap.
Oh.
Wah wah.
Hmm.
All right. So, given that information,
Now,
everybody roll initiative.
I mean, let's be honest, but would we literally let him lead the group if he couldn't see?
Oh, I wouldn't have covered the lantern.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I wouldn't have covered the lantern.
Just running into pitch
Now,
black.
my vision...
Me and Kane both don't have dark vision. Yeah, I would have.
Like if my
the
vision
lantern.
were starting to go bad because it started to get that much darker, then I would have either said something or just, lit up something.
Okay. All right.
Well, let me see.
Especially if I can see behind him, I'm just watching them trip. What's going on, guys?
Okay. So I don't have dark vision, but the aspect of the eagle does this. So I gain the eyesight of an eagle. I can see up to 1 mile away with no difficulty, able to discern even fine details, blah, 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 as if they were no more than 100 feet. Dim light doesn't impose disadvantage.
Here you go.
So,
It's
with
basically
perception checks. Yeah.
Kind of.
Like if it's pitch black, then when you have dark vision, then you have you basically have as if it was low light, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess that basically, as long as there's a dim light, I don't suffer. So as long as I have my lantern out, I can see like normal then, right? I don't suffer, even in pitch black, I don't suffer from a penalty.
Okay.
So, cool?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. I knew I picked something that would help.
For 30 feet, right?
Let's
Because the
see.
30-foot radius, right?
Yeah, just functions as a normal lantern for the.
Now, technically, I did give you guidance earlier.
Okay.
If you wanted to. You didn't use it on the one, obviously. Not sure if it would help.
I didn't use it on the one. Well, I will. 1 second. So bright light for 30 feet, dim light for an additional 30 feet. So it's 60 feet total. So effectively, I wouldn't have disadvantage for that extra 30 feet, right? So it'd be like normal dark vision.
There you go.
But with the lantern, making it paint the target. Okay. Do I need to re-roll my perception, or am I good with 11 and I can just add the guidance?
No, that's fine. You can add the guidance.
And it's 1d4. Sorry about all that.
It is. No worries.
Oh, it's a 2. So 13.
Okay. So, as you guys are running, you come to an opening in the ground that drops straight down. But it only drops straight down for about 20 feet.
Is there anything there to tie rope off onto?
There's not. There's not like any juts or anything.
Okay.
Now, as you're looking, what you note is that above, probably six or 7 feet above the surface that you guys are standing on in front of you. So essentially it dead ends into this. It dead ends into this drop down that goes straight down 20 feet. As you look at the wall, on the far side of this hole in the ground, essentially, which the hole is probably 8 feet in radius. It's got an 8-foot radius, right? So it's a pretty decent sized hole. About 7 feet from the surface that you guys are standing on, there is another hole. As you're looking at this hole is probably only 3 or 4 feet in radius. And it is heavily angled. And it goes up into the mountain. When you look down into the hole, there is, 20 foot down, lying on the ground, there is a young woman who is covered in centipedes.
I fly down.
Yeah, I was about to say winged boots, and I fly down. Great sword of flame.
Okay. So let's roll
And
initiative real quick.
oh, shit.
Go ahead, Kilgore.
No, I'm not gonna have time to do it. It's okay.
Oh, okay.
Not 20!
Oh, snap doodles. Okay. Come on, lucky. Whew.
Oh,
I
yeah.
got 12.
Speaking of
Is that anyone that's going into the pit, or is it everyone rolling initiative?
So everybody can roll initiative, regardless of if you're going in the pit or not, because it's going to determine where you take your movement or actions at.
Yeah, range could stay up top, but like just tactically.
Right.
But melee's got to go in the pit.
Oh, right here.
And can we say DM I rage?
Yeah,
I rage.
that's fine. Shit about to get real, yo.
Oh, God.
Man, his initiative sucks.
Felt that one.
Dang.
It's not in that one.
It's a net 2. Minus 1.
Part of the suit crew.
Ouch.
I guess you can't win them all, but dang.
Right. Give me 1 second. I gotta flip over to this page real quick.
I assume that the game plan is to get her out of there as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
All right. Oh. All right, so Pora, you're up first.
All right. I saw Kilgore getting ready, right? Or he was raged.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's raged.
Like,
did I see
sword burst into flames and just start to dive down?
So I saw the winged boots then.
Yes.
All right. So I'm actually gonna hold my turn.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Oh, God.
Whoops.
Okay.
I'm just gonna do some rolls real quick, guys.
Or some questions.
I'll figure if he's gonna get her up. Probably wouldn't need me down there.
That's the only dice I need to roll, I think.
Yeah, she's dead.
Okay. So that's their turn.
Fuck.
You just see the centipedes crawling all over this
How big are the
girl or
centipedes?
whatever. They're decent size.
Is this like a swarm or is these like giant centipedes?
This is like a swarm. It's not giant.
Okay.
It's like a swarm.
Is she clearly visible?
You can absolutely tell where she is. Yes.
Okay. And you said the pit's 20 feet down?
Yes.
Okay. Uh-huh.
Okay. So that's the end of their turn. So Victor, you're next.
Alrighty then. 1 second, let me check something real fast. Okay. So I'm actually going to basically, if it's 20 feet down, me just dropping into it, I wouldn't have to worry about. It's just, is it a pit at the bottom? It's just centipedes.
As far as you can tell, yeah.
I can't tell. And she's like fully covered in it. Is she like reaching her arm up or anything like that?
Yeah, she's essentially like swimming around trying to fight them off.
Okay, I'm just gonna try to land or to the point where I make physical contact with her.
Okay.
And the second I make physical contact with her, I'm gonna use Thunder Step and teleport back up.
Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah.
And only teleport her and myself.
Okay. Yeah. So that'll work. Go ahead and if you don't mind, click Thunderstep for me so I can just read it again to see what the other effects are.
Oh shit. There we go. Okay.
Let's see. Yeah. Well. Got you. Okay.
So
Ballin'.
3d10 to all the disgusting centipedes.
Damn.
Yeah, that worked out better than anything I could do.
Okay.
Oh, for better.
So you do. You pop down. Let me just roll this real quick. That's pretty good.
Watch them succeed on this damn save. Centipedes.
One did.
Yeah. Fucking centipede.
Pretty good though.
Yeah. No, that's definitely it's 90-foot range.
Yeah. Okay, so Victor, you pop down, you touch her, and then pop back up. When you pop back up, there is a and that sound echoes through the entire cave.
Of course it does.
Like it echoes up through the chute that is above her. It echoes out through the corridor that you guys came into and into the cave itself.
Okay,
Kind of permeates sound wave all through the cave.
Is she visibly injured?
Make a medicine check.
I can't tell. I'm just gonna do lay on hands for 5 HP.
Okay.
Just on her, just to make sure she's stable at least.
He rolled a 1, guys.
Yeah, sorry.
She is quite notably injured, yes, and so let me see. I need to check one thing. Okay. So she is still frantically swatting at herself. Like that, like if you start to feel like prickly all over your body and you're like scratching and swatting and everything. So that's what she's doing. She is not in good shape at all.
Are we still in initiative?
No, we can call it
Okay.
out of initiative now. So she's not in good shape at all. In fact, she looks like she's barely hanging on.
I'll try to give her a health potion.
Okay. Well. But her state looks like something that is not just a result of whatever has just happened.
Fair enough.
As you're looking over her, though, you do note that both legs are broken.
What was that, DM? I didn't catch that last part.
As you're looking over her or whatever, you do note that both her legs are broken.
Oh. Okay. Will Cure Wounds fix that? I don't know how Cure Wounds works exactly. If magic works. I'm just trying to make sure. Does that cure broken limbs? Or is that something I have to like reset and then let heal naturally? Or is
Technically, yeah. Technically, it would heal even that, I think.
okay? I'll use that on her.
Of course, the bones wouldn't. I don't think the bones would reset themselves. So you'd probably have to reset the bones first, and then.
I was gonna say, could I try and help to set the bones?
Yeah.
Victor, what are you doing?
Well, her legs are broken, and
for arcane, help hold her down. I'll try and.
As I hold her down, we cast
I'll hold her down.
I'll cast Detect Thoughts as I hold her down.
Okay.
23.
And
what?
So it would be
athletics.
Yeah, you could do an athletics check.
10.
That would be
and then anybody setting legs is going to have to do medicine check.
Okay.
21. That was a nat 20.
Nice.
I got a +1 bonus, y'all.
Does he set both legs, or does someone else have to help him set the leg?
Can I do an athletics check to just pink? Oh, it's done. No, I'm just saying. 21. Damn.
Yeah. So Kilgore, you start palpitating the tibia and the fibula areas of the calves, feeling the muscle distribution through the calf muscles, feeling how the tendons are connected both at the kneecap and at the ankle, checking the tension and all of that. Go ahead.
Flavor text. Can I pull out? I'm going to pull out my 2 immovable rods and put them on the portion of legs that's not broken to hold her legs down.
Oh, nice.
So she can't kick, and that like will help me through the process. Because there's no way I would just. She's kicking and fighting and.
Oh yeah. Yeah, she's pretty hysterical. She seems to be in a fit of hysteria. She seems to be in a state of manic panic, mania, whatever you want to call it. There's like basically a psychotic episode is what it seems like. So
this is going to hurt.
Yeah, so you feel the exact displacement of the bones, and it almost feels like the jagged edge of a jigsaw puzzle piece. And so you're able to work the muscles so as to make sure that it's out of the way, so it doesn't get pinched between 2 portions of bone that are broken in each leg. Which, yeah. So you managed to get the legs set.
And
Obviously, she lets out this blood-curdling scream that echoes through the whole cave again.
I'll just do cure wounds on her now,
Okay. Okay.
and then that's it.
Cool.
What's your spell?
Okay.
Four, so it's 8.
Cool. I think that this is probably a good place to call it too.
All right.
It was kind of intense.
Can I say we're taking a short rest
To gather yourself.
Yeah. Great.
So you guys can take your short rest. So you can use, what is it, like regain half your spell slots or whatever, and then use half your hit die, or use your hit die to gain health back if you want or if you need it. Let's see, how much? All right. Cool, yeah. Yeah, this would be a good place to stop. We've just gotten this hysterical woman out of this pit filled with swarms of centipedes.
Yeah, that was something. Does she resemble any of the people that were described and missing?
As far as like the description of physical appearance, it's hard to tell.
Okay.
Her physical appearance is not the best. There's definitely been some significant damage done.
Is she a human?
It appears so. She appears human.
Okay.
She's the top half of her ears ripped off.
That she has the top half of her ears ripped off?
Yeah. She's pretty disfigured.
The cure wounds didn't fix that.
I'm just not gonna make a ear regrow.
Okay, just making sure.
It'll like stop the bleeding and make the skin kind of close up over the portion of missing ear or whatever.
I imagine you'd have to go to a very skilled healer for like reconstructive healing surgery.
Right. Yeah, she's not in a good way. She's not in a good place. Like her face has been carved some. Her portions of her ears are missing. She's, her clothes are quite tattered. They look like, the potato sack clothing, whatever's the knapsack type clothing, whatever.
Is what a lot of people in the town were wearing, or
no, no, not at all.
Can I ask her what her name is, or is it a next session thing?
That'd be a next session thing.
Gotcha.
So, so we'll just leave it there with this bit of excitement and then this gruesome image. Cool, fun, super fun. I know there's a lot of role play there, not a whole lot of action.
No, that's fine.
For anybody watching, thanks for joining, guys. We appreciate y'all. Shadow Wolf.
So we did get another follower, Radicus3347.
Oh, sweet.
Hey.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us, Radicus. We hope you're enjoying the show. Guys, we would love to know, not necessarily D&D related specifically, but we would love to know which of our content is your favorite. We play video games during the week. We stream a lot, whatever. let us know. Send us some information. Look us up on Facebook or YouTube or whatever. Throw us some comments. Let us know how you guys are enjoying things, or what you're enjoying the most out of what we've done so far. Oh, excuse me, out of what we've done so far. So we would definitely appreciate any kind of feedback. That critical criticism, right? Like,
Yep. There you go.
Cool. So
he was telling me, let's see here.
We got some comments. Yeah, let's read some of our chat if there's some.
Yeah, for sure. So he might have got confused with a Kenku. But yeah, Eric Hawker can speak common. They can speak common.
Gotcha.
I think it's Kenku that can't, right? They have to mimic. All they can do is mimic.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The cool thing is that they mimic perfectly.
Yeah.
So Radicus 3347 says you have to have that dark cloud before you can really take the sun for what it is. Man, I tell you what, man, there are a lot of people in the world who have never had to work fast food, and it really shows.
Look, I've never worked fast food, but I have worked at retail video stores.
Oh, that'll do it.
Video rental stores.
Yep, that'll do it.
Yeah. When you have to call the police because there's a homeless guy in the adult room whacking off. Wow. When you're cleaning up the wall and you're walking around at the end of the night, doors locked, everything, you're getting ready to go home, and you step in somebody's pile of shit that they took back in the corner and slip and almost fall in it.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Hey, Rob.
Oh my god!
Like every time I say something, and it's like, "Oh, we're still streaming."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Way to go, man.
Radicus says, we're talking about the fast food thing. He goes, I have McDonald's for 7 years.
Yeah.
And I'm a security guard. I have been for the past 9 years.
Oh man, he's probably seen some things. Yeah, so that's the truth, man. So, well, thanks for joining us. Definitely check out.
You have no idea.
You have no idea, right? Definitely check out our other content. You know, we've been playing. A couple of our guys have been playing Scum here lately. Ron and Van have been playing some Scum. You know what? We don't actually have a public Discord server.
We should. I have one set up, but we need a Battle Cry or Die.
Dedicated.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay. Radicus says he's a D&D guy. Cool. I'm interested, Radicus. How many years of experience are you talking about? Like, what edition did you start in? Okay, so yeah, we'll do that. Per Radicus's mentioning it or suggestion or whatever, we'll work on creating a. Do we want to make it a D&D server specifically, like a Discord D&D?
We'll probably have like a sub.
Well, you can put in like subtext and stuff like that. One for D&D, one for Phasmo. You know, whatever we want. It could be just like a battle cry or die community.
He's battle
die or cry.
We should start our own parody streaming stuff.
It'd be called Battle Die or Cry.
Where we just parody everything that we do, and then we go back and make fun of everything that we do. Call it that, Battle Die or Cry. That's so good, man. I love it.
We could be playing Phasmophobia.
Yeah, too high. Too high octane. Discord cut you off.
Yeah, I think you.
Oh,
peaked.
did it? Oh,
Yeah,
Jesus.
you had a serious peak there because your audio cut out completely.
Woo!
All right, let's see.
He said, "Oh, you got it."
Oh, and I can. Hey, we can do a Van's bag of holding at the end of the night. You know, where we pull out stuff. Look, I stained it while we were playing. Look.
Oh, shit.
But
Oh,
then
I didn't
look,
even know that. I would not have known that you were doing that.
I know. See, because I was paying attention enough to.
That's awesome, dude.
I also painted my hands because I was paying attention to what was going on in here. So I was just like blot, 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 blot. Oh shoot! But yeah, it turned out pretty good. I like it. So I got the inside and everything.
I like the color. It's really cool. It's an
Yeah.
ebony.
It is. Yeah. The so I used this on some shelving I made. It's charred wood. I don't know if you can say
Yeah,
that.
that's pretty
Yeah.
sweet.
So it makes it look like charred wood,
That's awesome, man.
and it comes out like not too bad.
That's sweet. So that's a thing. I actually finished purchasing. Oh, by the way, real quick, let's see. So Radicus says he's a D&D guy. He says, no. Let's not get this twisted. I'm just a noob that can play for hours. That's what he says. So, and then he says, if we need a cannon fodder player, he's our guy. He says, or a player that does something. I'm still your guy. That's pretty good. We appreciate that, man. So I finally got all of the rest of the expansions for Firefly the board game, right? And I was looking at the Big Damn Crate, is what it's called. And it's literally specifically made for Firefly the board game with all of its pieces, like 100%. And it even has like special holders for the ships to slide in and everything. And I was like, oh man, I wanted to buy it, right? But the base model of that is like $167. The um, the deluxe version of that has like all the acrylic enclosures and everything, so you can see all the pieces while they're in it. That one is $376 or something like that. So I was looking at it online, right? So what I did was I broke down and actually managed to fit every expansion, pieces included, inside the original box. I have no idea how, but I was really proud of myself today. Okay, so let's see. Radicus says he just wants to play. He's a security guard and says he has a lot of free time. He also makes maps. If we would like an example to let him know, he just geeks out on this stuff. You know what, Radicus? Yeah. So I'm the DM, and if you couldn't tell already, shoot me a map. Shoot me some examples of some of your maps. Just send it to me in a packet. Again, you can send it to our. We do. I'm not going to share it on here, but I'll tell you what. If you want, you can friend request us or whatever, or we can friend request you or whatever, and we'll stay in contact, and so we can get information over to you or whatever. And so you can shoot me some map examples, and maybe I'll even use them in gameplay. Just depending on what they look like. So let's see. I'm going to add you, Radicus, if you're cool with it, I'm going to add you as a friend on here.
Oh no. No.
Yeah, right. All right, I'll copy. Can you delete that? Can you delete that comment? Radicus, we're going to take your comment down off of that, brother. But I got it. I got your info.
Let's see.
There should be a way. We don't want the whole world to have your Discord info. Because everybody else that's watching. He said, no worries, you do you, boo. Cool. So that was my big nerd thing. I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty happy, bro. Cool. Does anybody want to mention or talk about anything before we end stream?
There was something that I was going to talk about at the end of the stream. I forgot what it was. Shit.
Oh, I was going to mention something about detect thoughts, actually. Just a rule.
Yeah, I think I've been using
So, well, with detect thoughts, you initially learn the surface thoughts of the creature, but if you delve, save.
Oh.
And
So
I've
you
been
weren't
meaning to
necessarily
mention that
using
for
it
like
wrong?
2 sessions. No, I just think he wasn't taking full advantage of it.
Yeah, yeah.
Fancy.
Well,
okay.
no, it does. It says it on the helmet, though. That's why.
Oh,
'Cause
he's
it's-
Oh, with the
I'm not a
helmet.
spellcaster.
Okay.
I have to-
yeah,
Yeah.
not the
I got
spell.
the
Well, it casts the spell, but apparently it comes with a save.
Right.
Mm.
Oh no. Ron, take that comment off too.
I'm
if you can.
I can't.
Oh no.
You
Radicus.
I'm a noob at this.
You should be able to go into moderator mode
All right,
and
so
delete a comment.
All right, Radicus, I'm gonna copy that down too.
think-
But again,
okay.
we don't want everybody having your info, so we're gonna try and take that down super quick. So we're gonna try and take that down.
Social in there.
Oh, he says no, he needs the work. Oh, so we're gonna get royalties, right? Since you're sharing that on our channel, is that right?
Yeah, that's a
That's what I'm hearing. Emote only.
I hit the wrong
Oh,
thing.
he's doing stuff.
Look, man, I'm trying to figure out.
You know, we can see it. We can see it on the stream.
I can clear chat altogether.
No. He says no. That's what Radicus responded to her. Oh, he's not charging anything. Got you. Okay, it's just for the boredom, I guess. Okay, well, I mean, I don't care. Whatever. You got,
we can see your whole screen in the stream.
Oh no!
And all professionalism just went out.
Oh yeah, all of it. It was like me earlier.
Worry about it later.
I'm gonna go ahead and stream.
Cut to commercial. Cut to commercial.
Yeah, grab it.
in the stream.
No,
Okay. Still didn't fix the.
that's okay. You don't have to worry about it. You can just leave it. He wants to have his info up there. That's cool.
What was it that I was going to talk about? There was something I was going to talk about at the end of the stream. Fuck. It's bugging the shit out of me.
Here we go. I got it this time.
Well, I got to get to bed anyway, so
Oh yeah, you gotta work
Yeah.
at 7:30.
do.
That's only in, you've got a whole 6 hours before you have to be there.
How do you say it like that?
Right.
All right, guys, I'm taking off too.
All right, bro.
I'll see
Later.
You guys take it, bro. Yeah, have a good night.
Later.
Farewell.
Can you remember?
I can't remember.
Everspace.
There was some story.
For those of you who enjoyed the first Everspace, which I did, I haven't bought the second one, but I have played the played the first one. It was super fun.
Yeah.
Oh, wasn't Elite Dangerous free on Epic Games sometime? Elite Dangerous free on Epic Games sometime?
I think it was. Battlefield is the current one. Unless it's changed. Battlefield is the current one.
Right. No, I think it still is. So anybody watching, whatever, Battlefront 2, the newer release, whatever, is still free on the Epic Games Store. If you guys don't know. So you set up an Epic Games account if you play on PC, whatever. I don't know if you can get it on consoles or whatever. But on PC, it's free right now. So you guys go check that out. Why is it during our whole session, we have like 3 viewers, right? And now we've ended session and we're just talking, shooting breeze or whatever. And then we have 6 viewers right now. Don't get me wrong. I love you guys. It's fun, but Van, I wish you could remember what it was you were going to talk about.
It wasn't the Scum server. We kind of chatted about opening up like Battlecry Dice servers to certain people.
That's all right, Mike.
Mike
says he slept too long or he'd have been here earlier.
Oh, that's all right, Mike. You can watch the recording later. Yeah, Mike's on the server.
Cool.
But
I'm gonna go ahead and end this stream. Thank you guys for showing up, but we're gonna go ahead and end this.
Thank you for hanging out.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Super fun, guys.
Yeah, it's great to meet y'all.
Everyone have a great night. We'll be in touch.
For sure. Goodbye.
Peace.